Good morning, everyone, and very welcome to the second day of the ISC-FICCI Sanitation. New Secretary, Mr. Meena, was there. The Joint Secretary, Mr. Jitendra Srivastav, was there with us, and a lot of very interesting discussions. I'll just give you some of the central ideas that we spoke about. One, of course, it was accepted by the ministry as well as by a lot of the practitioners there who spoke about it, that what is central to the nation's health is WASH. So it is absolutely critical that for all programs, WASH is actually looked at first, when we decide in terms of how budgets need to be allocated. The government is also committed to increasing its investment in WASH-related projects. They made that announcement yesterday as well, which I was very happy to hear because it's very, very important that we have sufficient funding to be able to carry out our projects. DDWS also made a third and fairly interesting announcement, SBM 3.0. Up till now, we've been only hearing about SBM 2.0, which is around treatment and sustainability. But 3.0 is actually taking the story from waste to wealth. And that is really where the whole circularity piece comes in. So again, very, very interesting and something that we will all be working on going forward. Very, very much part of the waste that we look at, but also e-waste and industrial waste, which is not normally part of the, if I can call it, bouquet of different kinds of waste that we look at. So I think this is again going to make the project that we all invest in look very different. And finally, we heard from Niti Aayog about Viksit Bharat. Now, I'm sure most of you have heard about Viksit Bharat, the Prime Minister's call for, meeting the SDG goals by 2047, and how WASH practitioners need to actually look at their role in the whole gameplay of Viksit Bharat. So that is, again, something that we will all be talking about a lot more at the next conclave. Now, coming to today, which is our Urban Day, I'm very happy to report that there are lots of very, very exciting sessions that we've planned for you all today. And just to give you a bit of background in terms of what you will hear in sessions today, in a recent report which was presented at COP29 by the Cities Alliance to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at Baku, it was stated that just 3.5% of global climate finance has been directed to projects focusing on the urban poor over the last 2 decades, which is a surprisingly low number. What is even more distressing is that 53% of this funding has been directed to sub-Saharan Africa and East Africa and the Pacific, where a significant portion of slum dwellers are residing. And not that I would not want them to get the money, because I do know that they have severe problems in these regions. But South Asia, which is where we come from, actually only got 10%, less than 10% of the total funding, which is actually raising the main conundrum for countries like India. And I'll explain why I say that. Of the water and sanitation projects received only 1/4 of the funding, and disaster prevention and preparedness, including urban resilience initiatives, accounted for slightly less. So just imagine how much we are getting from the world. We're getting very, very little. So what does that say for India? In a 2023 report, it was stated that NGOs across India received 88,882 crores between 2017 and 18 and 2021 and 2022 in terms of foreign funding. The amount that was given for WASH-related projects was less than 1%. So that is how much money we're getting from overseas. What does that mean for us then? It is widely recognized by the PM himself, as well as all of us, that India has to find its own domestic funding sources if she is to meet her Viksit Bharat targets. And the government has officially now, since 2021, recognized that the private sector's role in this is absolutely critical. That is the reason why very often you will hear secretaries both in Mahua as well as in DDWS stating the fact that while they can give capital expenditure, they absolutely need the private sector to come in with not just technology, but you heard Mr. Srivastav saying bridge funding as well yesterday. So clearly, the role of the private sector in creating sustainable wash for the future is very critical. All this and much more is in store for you today through our dedicated sessions on plastic circularity, climate change, and wash financing. We also have a very exciting session with startups who have been courageous enough to be pioneers in venturing into the field of wash technology, aiming to automate erstwhile manual processes in the wash value chain. Their journeys, while exciting, are often very challenging, and they will share the same with you through their candid conversation. So we have a TED Talk style session where they will come and talk to you about their challenges and how they were able to overcome them. But first, to the main agenda of this morning, the launch of the ISC-FICCI Compendium in partnership with Grant Thornton. Let me invite to the stage Nupur Krishna, Head of Knowledge and Research at ISC, to talk to you about this project, and then we will have the unveiling of the compendium.
Thank you so much, Natasha ma'am, for a very thoughtful and comprehensive recap from day one. And now, with that, we move on to one of the most awaited moments of this inaugural session, the unveiling of the Business of Change Compendium, Smart Solutions to Supply Chain Problems in Plastic Waste Management. This compendium embodies our collective achievements and the innovative strides we are making towards plastic circularity and sustainability. The compilation of case studies in this publication provides an insightful look into innovative solutions for managing plastic waste in India. These cases showcase a variety of approaches ranging from community-driven models to technological interventions, all aimed at addressing the pressing issue of plastic pollution. But before we proceed, some thank yous are due. And I begin with Ms. Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and National Mission Director, SPM Urban, for her unwavering commitment to advancing the cause of sustainable waste management in India. We are also grateful to our knowledge partners, Grant Thornton Bharat, for their expertise, research, and insights, which have significantly enriched the development of this compendium. So thank you, Dr. Abhinav, Pankaj, and Kashni. We would also like to express our sincere appreciation to all the contributors, some of whom are sitting here with us today. These contributors include corporates, startups, social enterprises, national and international NGOs, who have generously shared their time, knowledge, and experience with us. Their expertise and passion for addressing the issue of plastic waste has been crucial in creating a very practical, forward-looking resource for practitioners and policymakers alike. I must also thank our CEO, Natasha Patel, for giving us direction and her valuable insights to this project, and her leadership has been truly inspiring. Also, thank you, Kriti, for holding it all together and making us look good. Thanks, Kriti. And finally, a heartfelt thank to Dr. Sanjeev Jha for being a constant support, mentor, and guide. Now, without further ado, we will proceed with the unveiling ceremony, and to do the honors, I would like to invite Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chair, India Sanitation Coalition, Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition, and Dr. Abhinav Akhilesh, Partner, Grant Thornton Bharat. Please. Can we have the compendium, please? So moving on, I would request Dr. Abhinav Akhilesh, partner Grant Thornton Bharat, to kindly share a few words with us.
Thank you, Nupur, and good morning to everyone who is here. Really want to express my thanks to the India Sanitation Coalition, especially Naina ma'am, and I've always looked at you as an inspiration, ma'am. You worked in sanitation when it was not considered cool. So you have been inspiration to a lot of us, Natasha, Sanjeevji, long-term association with all of you, and we really enjoyed working on this compendium. This is the second time I, as a professional, through two firms, I'm working on this. But what was very interesting that the definition of sanitation, which was either limited to toilets and ODF, has now expanded to include the circularity concept. And this is something we are totally in line with. In fact, we renamed our practice 2 years back from wash practice to circular economy practice. And we are working a lot on circularity, especially focusing on the hard-to-recycle areas such as multi-layered plastics, etc. And you will see some of the case studies in here. Some very interesting models we discussed when we started collecting the case studies, that if we leave out startups from this compilation of case studies, it would be doing a great disservice, because they are the ones who are bringing the much-needed innovation, much-needed business models, much-needed capital to this sector. And Natasha, as you mentioned, eventually this has to become a business which is self-sustainable, which is financially viable, which is where the change will really come. And what is fascinating to see that not only are there so many startups, but there are funding agencies, some of whom are here in the evening sessions, such as Caspian, such as Circulate Capital, who are deploying significant amount of capital in this space. I was with a large recycling company last week, and we heard that these big corporates are working with startups to see how they can onboard their innovation, which is a very fascinating insight to see. Usually in India, we see that the large businesses, large corporates have been the harbingers of change, whereas now we are seeing that the change is happening bottom up, which is very, very good news, at least to me personally. Look forward to the discussions through the day, and very fortunate, and look forward to a long association with the coalition. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Abhinav, and thank you to all dignitaries for unveiling this resource. We hope you find it useful. And with this, the stage is set for a day of impactful discussions and actionable insights. Let us now proceed with the first session of the day, for which I would invite Ms. Chirantini Baroy to take us forward.
Thank you, Nupur, for the comprehensive compendium. I'm certain it will make an engaging and enlightening read. A very warm welcome to all of you this morning. We are thrilled to kickstart today's proceedings with our first session. This critical issue has been unfolding around us in unprecedented ways, impacting our daily lives and the world at large. The Climate Resilient Cities project was launched in 2023 with the support of MoHUA. This project is funded by HSBC and anchored by ISC. Expert partners IIT Bombay, CDD India came together with the aim to understand the climate resilience and natural disaster readiness of coastal towns in 4 Indian states, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, and Karnataka. Today's session is being moderated by Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO of the India Sanitation Coalition. We are privileged to have a panel of distinguished experts with us, and I'm delighted to introduce them. Our first panelist is Shri G. Ashok Kumar, former Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga. Shri Ashok Kumar recently retired from government service as Director General of National Mission. Okay. The National Mission is the implementing agency for Namami Gange, the flagship program launched in 2014 to clean and rejuvenate the river Ganga and its tributaries. Today, we look forward to gaining insight from his rich experience in water body rejuvenation.
Thanks, Chirantini. Okay, our next panel, and maybe we can start taking seats as we introduce you. Shri G. Ashok Kumar, you may please come up on the stage. Our second panelist is Professor N.C. Narayanan, head of the Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies, ADCPS at IIT Bombay. Professor Narayan specializes in water sanitation and climate studies, focusing on the policy and government aspects. As part of this project, IIT Bombay is studying the linkages between climate change and WASH in coastal towns across 4 western states. Sir, could you please come on stage as well? Our third panelist is Harshvardhan, CEO of CDD India. Harshvardhan brings extensive experience as development professional, having worked across producer collectives, government, multilaterals, and grassroots NGOs. His expertise in decentralized wastewater treatment systems will add depth to our discussion. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Ravi Mariwala, Managing Director and Founder, Smart Water. Mr. Mariwala is the visionary behind Smart Water, a company committed to providing sustainable and affordable water solutions to both rural and urban India. With over 300 installations and systems capable of harvesting more than 100 million liters of rainwater annually, Mr. Mariwala will share his insights into the challenges faced by the coastal towns in addressing water concerns. Sir, could you please come up on stage as well? And last but not the least, our fifth panelist is Shri Paritosh Kankal, Chief Officer, Vengurla Municipal Council. Shri Kankal has extensive experience in policy formulation, community engagement, and driving operational efficiency. Vengurla, a coastal town in Maharashtra, is one of the focus areas of the Climate Resilient Coastal Project led by ISC, IIT Bombay, and CDD. We are eager to hear his perspective on the vulnerabilities and governance challenges faced by coastal towns. I would now like Ms. Natasha Patel to please commence with the session.
And a very warm welcome to all my panelists here today. I'm terribly excited to, have them speak with all of you. Some of them have worked with us for a long time on this project that Chirantini mentioned, and they are going to be sharing their insights. But before we go there, just a little bit of background on the project itself and why this is important to ISC and we believe to the country as a whole. So all of you will remember that there was a World Bank report in 2022 where the India West Coast was particularly mentioned with regards to climate change risks. And this was primarily on account of unplanned urbanization. And another factoid, which was quite interesting for us when we were looking at this, was the fact that sea temperatures had gone up, I think beyond 1% or 1.5%? 1.5%, yeah. So this was critical for us, and we wanted to understand why, what were the reasons, which is why we went into this project. Now, the impact of all this, as we understood it, would be, of course, with regards to coastal flooding, soil erosion, displaced populations, because very often the populations that are living along the coast are small towns and they don't necessarily have the necessary funding. And we've got Paritoshji here who's going to talk to us about one of those towns. So again, lots of displaced populations who are very vulnerable, destruction of infrastructure, which is really critical. And most importantly, destruction of natural barriers like mangroves. Very often, I remember before I got into this space, people would talk about mangroves and say, why is it so important? They're so ugly in any case, they should go. But mangroves are so critical for our own survival in the future, and they will talk a little bit about that as well. Excessive solid waste ingress onto land. Now, this is actually the worst problem that we all have to face as a country. I don't know whether anyone lives in Bombay, but a lot of you who do live in Bombay will notice that during the monsoons, the sea throws back all the sewage that we actually, spew into the sea. And that sewage is, sometimes it covers, for example, in Bombay, the whole of Marine Drive. It is absolutely ridiculous. It takes 6 hours for the municipality to actually clear it every single day. So you can imagine, they're clearing, it's coming back in the night. They're clearing, it's coming back in the night. And it is immense, that sewage. It carries on throughout the monsoon. This creates diseases, it creates all kinds of other problems along with it. So these are actually the impacts of what we are going to expect if something is not done about climate change. So I talked about extreme weather events as well. So you would have seen, in the last 2-3 years since COVID, there have been some tremendous weather events that have actually hit India. We talk about it as climate change, but very often it's not understood. So we're going to look at that as well. Most importantly, economic impact. This is again something that needs to be understood. What is the economic impact of climate change along our coasts? As you know, we've got huge ports along the west coast. How are they going to be impacted? And more importantly, the 250 million population that lives along the coastline, how are they going to be impacted? This was the impetus for our project. In the project, as was mentioned earlier, we have 2 very stalwart research partners, IIT Bombay and Professor N.C. Narayanan represents them. And we've had CDD, where is CDD? There you are. That is Harshvardhan, he's the CEO of CDD. They're doing some amazing work, and he'll talk to you about the implementation of one of the pilot projects that we have already started to undertake. So these are our partners. The first phase of the research report is already over. And that is the reason why we believe that today is a good day to bring that to you, to share with us some of the learnings that we have from the report. The areas of focus, because, climate change is a huge topic. You can get lost in it. But we have defined the areas of focus very definitively. So the first is the vulnerability of the infrastructure. The second is the GHG emissions and their impact. The third is the relevant policies and the impact of these policies if they are not there. So what is the shortage and what needs to be done? And the fourth and most important, we will talk about a pilot demonstration in Alibag, which is the proof of concept from our learnings. The outcomes that we expect are trainings for our ULBs, which is why Paritosh Ji is here, so that they can actually assess their own situations. And we do believe that we can come up with a report for all the 5 states that we can share with the state governments. So that is clearly how this report has been devised. And I guess by next year, I may be telling you another story, an added story to this one, depending upon how the pilots get implemented. Right, so now let me turn to one of our greats. I don't know if there's anyone in this room who doesn't know him, but his fame is really Namami Gange, right, sir? Okay, so I'm going to ask Mr. Ashok Kumar the following question. So, sir, given your extensive work in the water sector, what do you consider as India's biggest challenges in managing its water resources and sources?
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you for inviting me to this discussion. Having worked closely with Madam Kidwai and FICCI earlier when I was in government, we know the commitment to which they come forward this program. So, water, as you all are aware, is very important, but somehow got neglected in the last 60, 70 years. We never thought that there will be a time when water would be a problem. If you ask me what exactly are the 3 or 4 major problems which we are facing today, I would say the first and foremost thing would be that we have an issue of before I get into that problems first, let me tell you what are the issues with respect to the climate change. Because climate change manifests itself in water sector. All of you know the extreme events and the excess rainfall which happens affects the water sector, and in none of the major discussions on climate change, water is a priority. I've attended COP28 and other some meetings outside also. They all treat water as part of agriculture and then never ever given due weightage to address the issues of water. So this is something which all the people working in water sector should work together. So I think that is a very major problem in the international level, because water, the carbonization, energy sector gets undue share of time for discussions in climate change. We in water sector is treated as one of those side events in the agriculture sector and probably in the energy water nexusing, and then driven off like that. But it's time that we realize that it's one of the very, very important aspects which you take it up. Now, second point I would like to answer, I would talk about would be the efforts taken by the government particularly in the last 10 years in the water sector. With the new government under Modi ji, water became important. So we had this Namami Gange, which she was mentioning, for cleaning the Ganga river, which has achieved a very good success. From there, we have moved on to the other part of like other rivers, and we have started addressing the sewage issue in a big way. We have started addressing the issues of water quality in Swachh Bharat mission. We have come. So if you ask me to pin down the biggest problem in water sector in India is poor water management. We do not have a problem, I keep on repeating this every time, we do not have problem of shortage of water actually. We have a problem of poor water management, both supply side management as demand side management. We had been focusing more on supply side management with building dams and dams and dams, but we never actually focused on how to manage the demand side. All of you are aware the water sector, 85% goes in agriculture. So what is the effort we have made to reduce the water usage? We talk about 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle, etc., etc. But what have we done in the agriculture sector to reduce the water usage, to improve the water use efficiency? We have been pushing through the micro irrigation, etc. But then the biggest guzzlers of water, the paddy, the rice, wheat cultivation has to be addressed. We have our godowns are overflowing with cereals, but still we continue with rice. So, given that the economy, monetization of economy has come, the farmers are not interested in producing more bags of rice. What matters is how much net income they get from an acre of land or a drop of water. So this paradigm shift has to come. Our agriculture department, Ministry of Agriculture, and even under leadership thinking has to change from how much more they produce to how much more net income farmers get. That is a very, very important change to happen. Probably that will help us in getting better water management. So whether it is crop diversification or changing from water guzzling crops to better crops or better utilization of water, demand side management is to be taken up. We have to reduce the water usage in industrial sector. There are a lot of wastage of water happening there because many of the industries get water free of cost, or because states compete with each other to give freebies to the industries to start their industries there. And many of them commit, oh, we'll give you free water as if it's water is going. I have seen in Andhra Pradesh or in Telangana where I was there, the power sector, they break their head how much power can be given and all. But then all CMs and all chief ministers think that, okay, water will give free of cost. So I remember when the BITS Pilani was started in Jawaharlal in Andhra Pradesh, everything was ready. And then suddenly they realized water was not there. Did you ask where you get water? No, we thought water is available. So I had to run as MD of the Better Water Board to fulfill the commitment of the chief minister. We had done more than 50, 60 tankers every day because the pipe was not laid. They thought water is there, it should be happening. Nobody bothered about water. So we have to really look at water as a very key resources when industries are planned, when universities are set up, when even townships are coming up. I've seen 40, 50, 60 apartments coming up in a place where there are 5 houses earlier. So water supplied to 5 houses, you have to go to 40 houses now in an apartment complex. This is never managed or addressed actually. So first and foremost thing is we have to focus on better water management and also improve the water use efficiency. Second, we have a lot of schemes coming up, but where is the capacity of the people to absorb it? Not the people, but the officials who translate that into in the field. Namami Gange had 40,000 crore budget, but when we give it to the ULBs to implement this program, they don't have capacity to inform. So capacity building of the ULBs is another major challenge which we face. So this is one sector where all of us have to work to build the capacities of the ULBs to absorb the technology, the finance, the schemes which the government of India takes in. And third, I said, not taking water seriously. Now, it's high time we should take water seriously. When we talk about reuse, recycle, and reduce the water usage, we should mean it and try to actually implement in the ground. I would take 2 or 3 minutes extra to talk on some of the issues how we have addressed in Namami Gange. One was to involve people in all the management. So community management was taken up along all the cities in the on the basin of Ganga River. We have started a lot of self-help groups as a part of management of the water. We came out with the concept of River City Alliance. River City Alliance is an alliance of cities on the banks of rivers. Basically, in India, before coming to coastal cities, I think you have only one question for me, and I think I'll have to answer all this. Okay. So this is the problem with some we officers. We got used to talking. We start keeping on talking. So please tell me when to stop. I'll keep my on. So cities. Before coming to the coastal cities, I'll talk about cities. Cities in India never thought river as an asset to them. Most of the cities in the country thought river as a conduit for pushing out the dirt. All cities put their sewage, dump their sewage in cities, hoping that it will be taken down to the city down below, forgetting that there's a city above their city who also thinks the same way. So they have been putting the waste on that. So my target, which I would give to all city corporations, etc., was that please ensure that the quality and quantity of water which leaving your city should be at least not worse than what it comes into your city. Please ensure that I don't want you to clean the water in the city, but ensure that the water which flows out of your city is not worse than what it comes in. If that is one benchmark we can set up, well and good. See, why I'm telling is because you see all the cities, major cities in the world, probably Europe and all, have leveraged the river flowing by the city as a growth engine. You go talk to Thames, you say that we do a boating there. You go to Seine River, we talk about boating there. Riverfront properties are much higher costly. In India, the riverfront properties probably would be cheaper because of the mosquito bites, because of the stink, because of the dirty water which flows in the river. It's high time municipality realize that this is a goose which lay golden eggs. So if they can take this river as an asset, as a growth engine, things will improve. So that we have formed a River City Alliance in Namami Gange with 143 cities on the banks of all rivers. From Ganga, we moved to all the rivers in the cities. So all cities have now come up as an alliance, as a platform to share the knowledge. So this is where you also can be a part of it. So River City Alliance is actually a platform to build capacity, to share technology, and to ideate how river can be used as a growth engine. Second, we are now preparing all urban river management plans for all the cities. All the water bodies in the cities which were missing or been taken away by the real estate mafia is being tried to be accounted for, enlisted in a database, and then thrown to public for that they can recover the lost water bodies. So reviving the lost water bodies and planning for the management of those water bodies in cities is another major challenge implementation we have taken up at Namami Gange. And from the lessons learned from the 143 cities, on 10th December last year at the COP28, we launched the Global River City Alliance. It's an amazing feeling that almost 30-40 countries had supported this concept of Global River City Alliance. So whatever you are doing as a River City Alliance is very important. Now coming back to the last word in your today's session, the coastal cities. Coastal cities have advantages and disadvantages. Coastal cities have plenty of water by their side because India has 7,000 kilometers of coastal line, so we have a lot of water. So many of the problems which the cities face. In Hyderabad, I remember we used to bring water from 186 kilometers down Godavari and 120 kilometers in Krishna to provide water to the city. Here, a coastal city has water just across. You jump 1 kilometer, or you're on the bank of the sea. You have your city is blessed to be there, so you can try desalination, etc., as a way of using water. So there are a lot of issues associated with that. The Professor will speak about that. The other disadvantage of a coastal city is whatever floods happens in inside area, all the water comes down to that area. So you get a lot of water. Water is as a quantity aspect, there should not be a problem. But in coastal cities, this problem of quality will be there because all the dirt from upper city come in. Because in one of the Global River City Alliance meeting, the Minister of Egypt was telling me, our biggest problem is all the dirt from the upper 9 countries reach Nile, because Nile carries all the dirt and brings it to our place. So lower riparian cities have this problem. So that's again one thing which you have to bear with it. Second is the ingress of salt water into cities, creating problem for the city. This could be a problem. Third is the rise of sea level due to climate change. Could be your city may disappear maybe in after 5 years. So this is a couple of the issues with the coastal cities. So I would sum up. Our demand water management has to be improved, and probably for that monitoring has to be improved. For that your technology has to be brought in. For that the awareness has to be built up. Second, the capacity of the agencies which implement has to be taken up. And third, awareness of water conservation like catch the rain, etc., can be made mandatory among the public, and public should start valuing water not as something free which is available. Thanks a lot. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was really a very good framework that he has set for us. Oh, sorry. So that was a really strong framework within which we are now going to paint a lot of colors. So let me turn to you, Professor Narayanan. And can you just help us understand your engagement with this particular project? What do you consider are the technical and policy challenges that you've had to face? And what is the current WASH infrastructure and services as per your, the learnings that you've had on your project?
Thank you, ISC, for this opportunity of this project as well as this interaction. I think the earlier speakers, both of you actually talked about water cycle, climate change. So that background is actually very good, and I will straight come to the technology and policy issues. The point is that my starting point is also water bodies, and my starting point was also Ganga, where in 2011 we started this Ganga River Basin Management Plan. 7 IITs have come together, and I led the policy group at the time. And there started actually the kind of, we looked at, what are the technologies that are there, and, what are the problems with the conventional technology. So there are the sewerage treatment plants, and these are centralized sewerage treatment plants. The problems of which I'll come later, but so there is a great divide in the technology policy debate in sanitation, the centralized versus decentralized. Yes. And so that is what actually we have been working in the last 15 years. We try to kind of look at the issues regarding that, and then we ask the question whether there could be how to understand sanitation. Beyond this debate, how do you understand sanitation in cities, and particularly in small cities? We take it as a kind of special case. Small cities as special case. Also, I will come later why it is. And finally, we have tried working in one city in the last 5-6 years, developing methodologies, trying to kind of engage with that. So that's when this project came in, and we could scale up that kind of an understanding to these 12 cities. So I think that's why we are thankful to ISC and HSBC for kind of doing this. So the first thing with this is the kind of imagination, the policy imagination, which actually came from 1860s cleaning up of Thames, and that was a crisis at that time with the public health crisis, cholera, and I think recently I kind of went to London and tried to kind of understand all that, and that's very fascinating. If I had slides, I would have showed you that, and there was this very interdisciplinary actually. The public health, John Snow with public health came in. And then a civil engineer actually pitched in. And even Michael Faraday, the physicist, actually did the water quality study. So it was because everybody came together to kind of ask for a solution. And then as we see now, that also is a very expensive solution to kind of make a plan and also to kind of connect this infrastructure across the city. So although this plan was there for a long time, it was not being sanctioned, which is the problem that you're also telling.
Yes.
Why are we getting 1% only? Because sanitation is not a very exciting sector, and and I'm glad that you are actually working on that after your earlier career. So and then Westminster was built in 1876, which is a nice golden building next to Thames. And the understanding at that time was that, miasma was the concept, Smell actually brings you cholera, was the understanding. So John Snow actually then worked on bacteriology and, kind of proved it wrong, but that was 7 years later. And so then the Lords were all in Westminster, and they found that they're next to Thames. So from this fear, suddenly within 3 weeks actually, funds were allocated, and then this, and you should first, that pump house is now a museum, the first pump house. It looks like an opera house. So it was the kind of, so one of the things is that, this infrastructure can be very, it can be very monumental, so it's a monumental infrastructure for the policymaker. And this became the imagination. And since the empire was there, this, all this went to all colonies. And when it went to colonies, it actually first went to British enclaves and, the cantonments at that time, because that is what that was and so I told this history to kind of tell then how currently this technology and policy also work. Currently also the technology imagination is only that centralized imagination, because environmental engineering as a discipline developed in Europe, and then all our disciplines are also kind of Eurocentric, and all our textbooks are that. And then this is an industrial technology. So pollution control boards, when Water Act came, pollution control boards came in. Then also the issue was EPA. After EPA, pollution control board came. Then also everybody is trained in this, in the industrial technology. So the 70% of the pollution is sanitation, other sewerage, which actually not. So that part, we know only, the regulator know only to regulate the industry, which only actually very small quantity. Like quantum-wise they are, effect-wise they are more. But the problem is that, quantum-wise this is the kind of thing that is coming in. And for that, the only thing that we know is that, every household or every establishment has to be connected. And so what are the challenges in that? That's what we studied then. Major thing is the finance, where, it's a very high cost technology. Dr. Neelam Rana is here, my old student. She is actually, she worked on the public policy question of why centralization sticks, and then she actually did a study of the DeWatt's technologies around India and tried to bring it. So that's my kind of major base of my what I'm talking. So when we come to cities, when we come to again we go back to the finance, Neelam's understanding of JNNURM was 70% of the finances almost come to Bombay and Delhi, and they can actually absorb 200%. And so there is a clear sanitation divide. When we looked at cities, first 500 cities actually hold 84% of the sewerage infrastructure. And rest 4,500 cities actually, have the rest of it. So there's a clear sanitation divide when you looked at these conventional technologies and the finances needed for that. Even if we get all the finances, then we looked at the governance issues of connecting this in our small towns. And all our small towns, have very small roads, highly dense, kind of locations, especially where it is to be connected, traffic disruptions, governance problems. And I think I'm sure that Mr. Ashok has actually faced this in the Ganga Basin. The governance problem of ULBs, the capacity of the ULBs which have 1 or 2 engineers. So how do you plan that? So that is where, so from all these critics, then I had a joint student from the Peradeniya University, Sri Lanka, Kandy City we studied, a JICA proposal. Even if the finances come in, very difficult to make it operational.
Yeah.
JICA project, they started in 98, my student started in 2007, he finished his PhD in 2011, project is not yet started. Not yet started. So I think, because that's a clear kind of, especially for small towns, we are now not seeing that problem because the big towns are absorbing this, finances and technology.
Was not pushing for the JUCASO.
Which one? No, no, they will never do that. I think that's a long debate. We have looked because it's a 4-year project, so we looked at, what is the technology selection and what is the kind of funds coming in. It's basically all engineering thing has to be done from there. And then there is this engineering consultants. And then there is this, long-term dependency on chemicals and, the operational consulting. With
the
all
financing was on bilateral basis, no? Yeah. So effectively, it is the foreign company itself that is going to get benefited out.
So I looked at the Trivandrum also, ADB and JNNURM. It's the same thing.
No, it's there in, if you look at Nag River, 2,000 crore we sanctioned, Mullamutta we have sanctioned for 2,000 crore. It's the same thing. JICA, they push their own technology, their persons.
And then, we found that at the end of the day, the PhD retired engineers actually made the plan. Because they have all the maps and everything. And when we looked at the consultancies, 80% of this is actually skimmed off by the big consultancy. So that's a completely different debate. We had 2 other PhDs actually which done this financing
but this
also.
also is in line with what the country is also recognizing, the fact that we have to make in India to do in India, right? Yeah.
So then we come to this, the small city issue. That's where I'll complete it. But then what do you do with the small cities? Small cities doesn't have big finances, big consultants who can plan it. So in Alibag, we started in 2014 with 20 of our students looking at what is the sanitation situation. So we started with, what is the quantum and flow of wastewater, from each one of these places. And then what is the kind of flow that is happening through the drains. So we developed this concept of waste watershed. Over the watershed, you look at the drains also. Then you found that Alibag is actually 9 towns, not 1 town.
Yeah,
there is this Kolivada, there is this government quarters, there's commercial buildings, there is this multi-storied. So each one of these town actually needs a different finance, different kind of technology option. So that was the insight. And so this we actually developed, and then we, kind of did it. There we could not actually implement. Then we started working in Alapi, where we had big winter and summer schools by students coming from all over India. We have a mobile app also now to kind of understand this. So we, one way we demystified this kind of a planning, and then work with the municipality. And there is one DWATS which Harsh and CDD actually kind of implemented also. Because the point is that when we looked at the CDD model, the early models are all in private institutions. So when we have the water body as our indicator of wash infrastructure's effectiveness, then we have to plan it at the municipality level. So I think these are the things that we have done, and about the project I will come in the second.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you so much, Professor. I think that's really quite fascinating, because I've always asked myself the question, where did we really get this centralized approach? I mean, everybody knows that for a centralized approach, sewering is extremely required. And in most of our cities, sewering just does not exist. So the decentralized approach is the more logical way to go. But the country, for a long time, and you are aware of it, sir, has always advocated the centralized approach. So that is clearly something that is a challenge for us. But we'll talk more about that. Harsh, let me come to you next. As a seasoned specialist in building sustainable wash infrastructure and also a partner on our project, what measures do you think need to be taken to reinforce our coastline towns?
Hi, good afternoon. So first I will go to the context of Western India. So these states which are on the western coast are basically our economic engines. They drive the economic activity across the country, and 40% of FDI, most of the GDP gets concentrated into these states. And this is not going to change. The number of reports is domino effect of urbanization and economic generation will keep the workforce moving from the eastern states to the western and southern states. So the population is going to increase. We have got government schemes like Sagarmala and all that, which are putting up and giving a huge emphasis to the infrastructure economic activity in these regions. Now, but what is changing? And as Natasha was talking about the Western India challenges, so see, the cyclonic activity in India was predominantly confined to the eastern coast. So we had generally had one cyclone every year. Now this nature of cyclonic activity is changing in India. In last few years, my colleagues Irfan and Cavalier here will talk about it. Now every year Western India is going to facing a major cyclonic activity. So in 1999, when Odisha super cyclone happened, 10,000 people died, and then government of Odisha and government of India took a number of steps, creation of NRDF, creation of shelter towns, number of preparedness activities are there. And this has reduced the mortality in cyclonic activity in the country. But what has happened globally, and that will happen in India also, that the economic losses cannot be and would not be compromised. This will happen. And if you see the example of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans also, so the lessons were that even a developed country like US could not meet the challenges, and 1,800 people died, and more than $100 billion of economic assets were destroyed. Now that challenge is looming large on the western coast of India. It is not a question of if it will happen, the question is when it will happen. It will happen, and then these losses will mount up. And that is where cyclonic and cyclonic activities are going to be a major challenge on the western coast of India for economic activity and loss of lives. Now we need two to three things which we can do. We can talk about the solutioning later on, but this is the first big challenge I am seeing for the western coast. Second thing is the water availability. As Dr. Sokumar was saying, that the water availability is going to be a major challenge. Now predominantly we feel that Western Ghats of India have got about more than 3,000 mm of rain every year. So this should not be water scarce. But here lies the catch. We have got Western Ghats with 3,000 mm of rainfall and more than that, but the soil structure is laterite. It does not help in recharge. So the groundwater aquifers are limited in nature. If you put up more exploitation, if you don't have surface bodies which are already exhausted, then your dependency and our dependency on groundwater is going to increase. But there is not enough groundwater. So all these challenges will create a major water push. And then this how would manage the water? Even now with 3,000 mm of rainfall, many of the cities we have studied are facing problems of drinking water in the summers. They have get water supply 2 to 3 days a week. And this will aggravate. As we keep on more urbanization, more economic activity, more industrialization, the need for water and demand for water is going to go up. From where would we meet that? Of course, as you are saying, we are not planning for that. And that will hit us detrimentally. Third thing is the waste management. Let us accept that India is growing, India is improving in its economic stature. Tourism is increasing. But the side fall is that you don't have safe water in the cities. So what is happening? The dependency on plastic water bottle is increasing. Now this is going to be a major cause of concern and has already become a major cause of concern in stormwater drains and other plastic marine debris which is getting created. Now, as the small and medium towns do not have even basic infrastructure sanitation facilities, all this water is getting discharged into and plastic waste is getting discharged into the sea. And sea has a way of paying us back, as Natasha was pointing us. So it pays us back, and many a time many natural systems like mangrove are getting destroyed because of that. What is happening? Basically, mangrove roots are a energy dissipating device. So they dissipate the energy of the waves coming in by holding them back. But the same thing happens if you discharge waste to the mangroves. So many places, if the waste management is not done, then these mangrove spots become the point of dumping yard of solid and liquid waste. And that has got an impact on biodiversity as well as it will have a long-term impact on the fisheries also. So these are three major challenges which I feel are going to hit western cities, which are how do you manage your cyclonic activity, where preparedness remains the key. Once, if suppose a cyclonic activity happens, and we have our communication network down, we have got our electricity down, then you don't have water. And this is which is happening in last few years in the coastal towns. Since they are not Mumbai or Delhi, they do not get the same media attention. But many places of India are now having this cyclonic activity, water supply is just not there because electricity is not there. And if you are not there, then you are dependent on the lateral groundwater soil, which has got a tendency of shallow water of fast movement, which contaminates the water supply, and then you have got public health crisis on hand, which might again happen again. So these are some of the things which are there. So preparedness remains the key for mitigating cyclonic activities. We need to plan long term for water, and we need to create basic structures to mitigate and manage our waste management challenges. Unless they are done, we are sitting at it's a question of not if, it is a problem when. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty dire when you put it that way, Harsh, but you're right, absolutely. Sorry. We've heard about frameworks now. We've heard about the actual problem that we are facing as a country. Let's come down to specifics now. And I've got with me Mr. Ravi Mariwala, who leads a very, very interesting company called Smart Water. They work directly with technology in this space. And Ravi, my question to you is, picking up from what Harsh and Ashokji and Professor Narayanan have said, you've undertaken a lot of work in the city of Alibag, right? What has been your experience? What have you actually seen on the ground?
Thanks, Natasha, for having me here. I could not agree more with the three esteemed speakers before me. I think the framework they laid out and the details they spelled out are exactly what we are seeing on the ground when we are practicing this. I directly don't work with the Alibag city, but I work a lot around the Alibag city. And one thing we need to realize is the geography of Alibag, which is kind of, the development is, first of all, it's become a part of MMRDA now, so the zoning, etc. has changed dramatically. Second thing is the main construction activity or the urbanization activity was restricted from the northern point of entry, which is at the Mandwa jetty, down to Alibag, which is at about a 20-kilometer stretch by about a 6-kilometer wide stretch, roughly speaking. And to understand the water better, it's a pretty holistic thing. We need to understand the geology of it also. So the main watershed is the Kankeshwar range, which brings in water, and more than 90% of the water which is used is groundwater. There are hardly any ponds or lakes out there. And the geology is such that most of the soil strata is basaltic rock with very little storativity of water. So as we increase more and more urbanization, your water resources are not increasing, they are restrained to that level. Along with that, we have a problem of saltwater ingress, because it's a very short distance. And if we get a poor rainfall, then it's very easy for saltwater ingress to come in. And we have seen that, in fact, coming in as deeper as about 4 meters and depth of about 120, 130 meters. We are beginning to see saltwater ingress. So this is the scary part out here. What is happening out there is that there is urbanization. As Shri Ashok Kumar mentioned, that there is no demand management. People, and mostly I worked a lot with the residential sector, where the water gets consumed in three major areas. The most consumption is in the landscapes. The second one is in the swimming pools and the water bodies, what they have. And the third one is for personal use. The personal use part is the smaller part, but the landscapes are water guzzlers. So I think rather than getting the ideas from overseas and the Western ideas, we have to develop our own paradigm of landscapes. And it has got multiple benefits to it in terms of not just retaining the water table, but fighting the climate change and temperature rise. The more trees we have, the better it is going to be for us. And I can see a distinct difference between Mumbai. Mumbai today has become so warm thanks to concretization, almost a 4-degree difference. And my personal experience has been that if you have something which is open and somewhere thing which has got trees, minimum 3 degrees difference, I can see that out here, naturally speaking. So I think that is one thing which needs to be addressed. Second part is about water bodies. Second thing is about water bodies. The water bodies are very important for certain recreation, and most of the people use that for recreation out there. But there are ways to manage it and minimize the water usage out there. And there is an expense to that, but the cost of water is so cheap that they don't think about the cost benefit of it. They say it doesn't work out, there is no payback, it will take me 8 years to get it back. I think that mentality needs to go. If you have to really look at that part, it can be managed. And for the potable use, I still maintain that everybody thinks their houses are luxuries. There has to be a restriction on kind of bathroom fittings, etc. we use. And it may sound funny, but getting down to the micro is very important, because if you have a normal shower, you're taking 12 liters per minute. If you have a rain shower, you're taking 35 to 40 liters per minute. So imagine having a 10-minute rain shower bath versus a 3-4 minute normal shower bath. What is the difference we are seeing out here?
Are you aware that we had started this rating of the
Yes,
taps, etc., with the help of BIS?
Yeah.
BIS for like what you have for the energy rating,
Yes,
5 stars,
that's
4
right,
stars.
yeah.
We have done that
Yeah.
for the.
I'm aware of that, but still people are not aware of it, or they just say, no, we want it. That's it. We can pay for it, they want it. The last part which I come to is sanitation. I think that requires a lot of work. We have been propagating, there are challenges out here. The challenges stem from the fact that the water flow is not continuous or uniform. There's a lot of variation. How do you handle this? So some of the DWATs of phytoremediation are helpful in mitigating these changes. For example, in phytoremediation, we have seen a turn down ratios even 75% to 80% work quite well. Okay. So we are always promoting that you do a normal baffled reactors, which are advanced designs, along with phytoremediation, and use that water, whatever is coming, for gardening purposes. So that is a reuse, and there is some reduction in that. The second, this is very important, because whoever is leaving the water after the septic tank through percolation pits is contaminating all the good water sources. We have repeatedly seen, last year was a terrible year, and today what we are beginning to see is there is migration of coliform and E. coli bacteria, and most of the good water sources are getting contaminated left, right, and center. So that is something which I am strongly propagating in terms of please have secondary basic septic tank or a baffled reactors followed by phytoremediation, and use the water for gardening purposes. It will cut down on your need. Same thing we have done with the backwashes of the swimming pool, where we have developed a device which basically dechlorinates online. It's just a non-moving, non-electrical device which dechlorinates it. You can read it to the septic tank, pass it through the phytoremediation, and use it for the gardening purposes. So these are some of the things which we are really looking at it, which is coming in. Building awareness is a huge challenge. It becomes a very high touch point business, and it takes as a result, the scaling of any of these technologies takes time. People are not aware of it. And we are propagating everything which is sustainable out there. So that becomes a challenge. The water quality is getting to be a major issue because the water levels are dropping. So the hardness levels, TDS levels are increasing dramatically. Fortunately, we don't have arsenic like what we have in the east, but the fluoride levels we are beginning to see quite a bit. And ingress of salt water is getting to be very, very rampant. I am personally of a feeling that if that kind of an MMRD region has to grow, the water is going to be central to it. Today there are permissions for high-rise buildings, etc. We don't know where the water is coming. And everybody comes to me and tells me, oh, you're the water man out there. Somehow or the other, you have to find me water. I said, well, the divisions are done by man. The geology is given by God. So I cannot overrule God. That's the bottom line. So I think this awareness building is very, very important. And I firmly believe that we should have tariffs which are very well laid out, where you have block tariffs, where a certain amount of water is given to you free so that the poorest of the poor have access to water, which is very essential. And then you have to give block tariffs as your consumption goes more, but put a cap that beyond this amount of water, you will not get it even for the price of any price you're willing to pay. I think water as a resource, whom does it belong to, needs a tremendous debate. And unless we address this, these regions are going to have a very, very tough time to be water resilient. Otherwise, I think, God forbid, civilizations have died because of the lack of water. This doesn't happen on the West Coast. Plus, what Mr. Harshvardhan said about the climate change, we are really seeing that every day. The rains are getting intense. We have revised our parameters for designs about 5 times over the last 10 years because of the intensity of the rain per hour just increased. And I said, this is the design we need. So that is unheard of because before that, 50 years, there was no change. So I think these are the realities today on the ground in Alibag. Awareness building is very important. Where are we going to get it? The collective thinking of getting water is going to be a biggest challenge for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Ravi. That's clearly where the problem lies for us. I think Alibag's problem is the fact that it's very close to Bombay. That, as you said, is part of MMRDA. Should not be a problem given all the money that there is in that city, but is definitely proving to be a big challenge. As I mentioned earlier, we are looking at 4 states, so Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, and Goa. And we have with us Paritoshji, who is the ULB head for Vengurla, which is one of the 12 towns that we are actually going to be looking at far more closely. And I'm going to ask Paritoshji, help us to understand what are the challenges that you and your team have faced on the ground with regards to climate change.
Good afternoon. Where is this located, the city? North, south, near Goa?
South, near Goa, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks FICCI for inviting me to share my experiences at this ISC-FICCI Sanitation Conclave. First of all, I would like to introduce my city. Vengurla is a small coastal town on west coast near Goa. Everyone knows Goa. Vengurla's economy is also driven by tourism. Beautiful little town. There are many firsts which we have achieved as a municipal council. Vengurla is the first town in Maharashtra which has tied up with GIZ Germany with regard to integrated solid waste management and soil health. The GIZ is helping us with regard to capacity building of our farmers within the municipality. Majority of our farmers are doing mango orchards, cashew plantations, kokum plantations. These are major crops over there. So whatever wet waste we are processing, from that we are generating biogas slurry, and compost, which is getting utilized by these orchards, these farmers in these plantations. So in that regard, GIZ is helping us. Second, we are the first city to successfully demonstrate mangrove conservation model at recently concluded G20 summit. So one of our all women self-help group, Swamini, we tied up with them, we partnered with them. We also partnered with UNDP, United Nations Development Program. So together, these three entities, our Vengurla Municipality, UNDP and Swamini All Women Self-Help Group, together we formulated a plan for mangrove conservation, balancing their livelihood with solid waste management. In that regard, what we did, we conduct a monthly activity, that mangrove cleanliness activity. We rope in all the fishermen folks. Most of our folks are fishermen. Their primary livelihood activity is fishing. So as you all know, the fishing activity involves too much of plastic waste. This thermocol, all the plastic debris which is getting directly discharged into our Indian Ocean. So that in that way we roped in all the fishermen folks, made them aware of the environmental, these negative impacts of the direct discharging plastic waste into the ocean. We regularly collect all the plastic waste from fishermen folks when they board their boats at our dock. We have our own bandar, we call it port. So there we collect, on daily basis we collect plastic debris from them. Then we conduct monthly activity of mangrove cleanliness drive, roping in all the women self-help group members, NCC, NSS students of local NGOs, civil society organization. And these efforts have been recognized at the national level also. Then we have, from that activity, the government has also NULM, National Urban Livelihood Mission Program, Day NULM. From that we lent them loan in the form of loan. From that loan they purchased a safari boat which conducts a mangrove safari in that mangrove region, and from that they are generating revenues. So in that way, right now, these days, a lot of foreign tourists are also coming to this mangrove safari. So this whole enterprise, this whole activity is revenue neutral. They are generating profits. They have reached break-even level. They have repaid their loan, and they are generating incomes. This women self-help group. Along with that, we have successfully avoided these fishermen, led them to collect all the plastic waste from them and process them at our centralized MRF facility. So this was our mangrove conservation model. Then we are the first ULB to in Maharashtra to submit our wetland mapping report to Government of Maharashtra. We mapped all the wetlands within the city limits. As you all are aware of, the ecosystem services provided by wetlands. So these wetlands we mapped with scientific mapping by roping in university students, and that report was submitted to government. So now we are waiting for the funds to restore these wetlands to their original state. And these wetlands, so one project we carried out at one of our degraded wetland, and this project's success lies in every year there were occasions of urban flooding, because all you are aware of that western coastal towns receive very heavy rainfall. Konkan belt, these receive very heavy rainfall, and urban flooding is recurring every season. But this since last 2 years, by successfully restoring the wetlands, one of our lakes, Narayan Lake we call it, we were able to control this urban flooding, and the citizens of municipality are also appreciating these wetland conservation efforts. Then we are the first West Coast ULB to successfully process our e-waste. We have tied up with global e-waste management facility from Goa, MAPSA, and we have tied up with them. We collect all the e-waste for every Wednesday in our dedicated e-waste collection vehicle. As you all know, garbage collection vehicles, we have a dedicated e-waste collection vehicle which we conduct a drive every Wednesday. So all the e-waste collected goes to this global e-waste management facility, where we are also generating revenue from that e-waste management system. And then we are the pioneers of zero waste model. I think many of your children may be knowing that our Vengurla case study has been incorporated in CBSE curriculum, 7th standard. So there they have detailed, they have written about our zero waste model. SBM 1 was started back in 2016, but Vengurla as a municipal council, we had already started working on the waste segregation at source, 100% waste collection, 100% waste segregation, 100% processing. We had already reached that milestone back in 2018. So right now we have this central material recovery facility and processing facility, which we call as a Swachh Bharat Paryatan Sthal. I would like to invite you all to our Swachh Bharat Paryatan Sthal, where you can see the demonstration, actual demonstration of 100% waste collection, segregation and processing. So the key to all the integrated solid waste process is waste segregation at source. So though government mandates us to segregate our waste into majority 3 categories, wet waste, dry waste and domestic hazardous waste, but we are practicing waste segregation at source into 7 categories, which are as follows: recyclable waste, recyclable plastic waste, non-recyclable plastic waste, wet waste, then recyclable dry waste, and then domestic hazardous waste. And the last category is miscellaneous, which is rubber or our domestic bags. These are all the categories. And as I told you earlier, every Wednesday we collect e-waste. So these exhaustive waste segregation at source is the key to proper integrated solid waste management that we have demonstrated. Then we have already biomined all the legacy waste. Most of towns, not only coastal towns, they are facing a lot of difficulties with dealing with their legacy waste. So as you see, you can every city has these garbage depots where there are mountains of heaps of garbage. But in our city, at Swachh Bharat Paryatan Sthal, you will not see any heaps of garbage. All the legacy waste has been successfully biomined. Then our city has achieved ODF ODF++ protocol, as in Swachh Sarvekshan. This year we are targeting for ODF++ Water Plus protocol. In this Water Plus protocol, we have to treat our wastewater in 100%. Then we have to go for cost recovery. So we are on path to achieve that Water Plus. So hope we achieve Water Plus status this year. Then we have also tied up with Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Maharashtra, with regard to bamboo plantation and Miyawaki plantation. We have successfully cultivated bamboo on 5 hectares of our land, our own municipality land. As you are all aware that bamboo cultivation helps in carbon sequestration. So in this way, we are gearing up for carbon credit. So we have tied up with Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Maharashtra, for these carbon credits. The challenges which we are facing now, or in general western coastal towns are facing, are our typography, geology and geography of our towns are a little bit varied than other towns. This copy-paste approach of centralized sewage treatment plants is not successful in coastal towns. So right now, from Government of India, our town and also other towns are preparing C-SWAP, City Sanitation and Water Action Plan. In that C-SWAP, centralized PMC, Project Management Consultancy firm, is being roped in, which is preparing DPRs. But in those DPRs, they are following the centralized model of sewage treatment plant, which are not applicable to our town. So we have also raised this issue with our government of Maharashtra. What better solution would be in situ approach? I think in situ approach would be beneficial to all these towns. So I would raise this. I would like to bring to your attention that in situ approach would be better suited for this western coastal town than centralized STPs. Then one more important thing related to plastic waste is EPR. Many of us must be aware of extended producer responsibilities. Indore Municipal Corporation has done excellent job regarding this EPR. They have earned EPR credits. But ULBs such as ours, the smaller towns which want to contribute to EPR and earn EPR credits are not able to do that. In CPCB registry for this EPRs, we haven't been registered, and there is not much awareness regarding this EPR credits and plastic waste management, which needs to be focused upon. Then there is this, as all delegates previously highlighted, the capacity building point. So our town is a special case, I can say, but all other western coastal towns are facing this issue, this capacity building of sanitation staff and all other engineering and technical staff. They are not well trained to operate and maintain these centralized STP plants and all the processing material recovery facility or processing facility. Government is devolving funds in huge sums through earlier under 14th Finance Commission, now under 15th Finance Commission or Amrut missions. But the staff at ULB, municipal councils, are not that much trained. That needs to be considered. Then our town is specifically a tourist destination. So tourist population is increasing during the post-monsoon season. Is similar to Goa's tourist season. So in that small window, small period, floating population increases by huge numbers. So it is beyond our carrying capacity of our town, which is happening in mountain hill station, mountain towns is also true in our case also, because this floating population, these resorts and all those are fully occupied. The wastewater, the black water, grey water grows manifolds. Then solid waste also grows manifolds. So this increased capacity we are not able to handle for this time window. That is one of our coastal towns' problems. Then as Konkan belt receives heavy rainfall, but earlier, this is case of climate change. This used to be spread over all the monsoon season. Now we get intense rainfall during concentrated periods. These are cloud bursts, and we receive heavy rainfalls in concentrated periods. So during this, urban flooding is the main phenomenon which is happening recurrently. Then there is this Biodiversity Management Committee. You must be aware, according to Biodiversity Management Act 2002 and Biodiversity Management Rules 2008, every urban local body or every local self-government has to constitute Biodiversity Management Committee. So each town, each ULB has constituted that Biodiversity Management Committee, which committee comprises of stakeholders, the members from each department or each representation from forest community, representation from farmers, agriculture, representation from university, means academia, representatives from government, governance. So all these stakeholders are under this umbrella, this Biodiversity Management Committee. But at government level, these I think these biodiversity management committees are existing only on paper. They are not doing any concrete things on field. They need to be strengthened. They need to be capacity building has to be done for this biodiversity management committee, so that the integrated solid waste management also and used water management also can be on the agenda of biodiversity management committee, and we can achieve great strides in those fields. And people are to be made aware of access and benefit sharing in that biodiversity management committee. That is one recommendation. Then these urban towns are facing major issue of encroachments and illegal constructions in CRZ violations, CRZ coastal regulation zone. So at government level also there has to be a coordination among all the government departments, be it revenue department, be it urban development department, be it forest, be it agriculture department. So departmental coordination has to be done. There has to be stringent enforcement of the CRZ regulations and Regional Town Planning Act to curb these encroachments, so that this waste discharge into mangroves and into oceans can be curbed successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think Paritoshji very nicely rounded it up in terms of actually telling us what the scene is on the ground. You heard from from the strategy perspective, you heard from the policy perspective, and this is actually the implementation perspective. Before we end, one of the things that Paritoshji spoke about was the capacity building. And I think clearly this is the big area that we need to support the government on. How do we capacitize the people on the ground who are actually undertaking these jobs? So I think, Harsh, your organization has got something to announce, and Chirantini is actually going to make the announcement.
Thank you, Ms. Patel, and our esteemed panelists for such a riveting session. Your insights and expertise have left us with much more to reflect upon. Now over to Ms. Naomi Ghariali.
Are you taking questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We were supposed to take questions, yes.
But you have been
please go ahead.
over time.
My name is Girish Sethi. I have 3-4 points. One is the building, Mr. Ashok, the building laws. This septic tank and the water reservoir is not mandatory. It should be. Point number one. Point number two, the water scarcity and water bodies, the point you have raised. There is a slogan, Har Ghar Nal, Har Ghar Jal. So the time will come very soon, the null will be there, but the jal will not be there. So we have to get ready for that. Now, Natasha ji, you mentioned about the mangrove forest. I don't know what are the reason of declining, especially in Kerala with the coastal areas. Why this is the reason? Maharashtra, yes, it's going, but in other states, it's not good. Like this rice, you mentioned the taking so much waters. Mr. Modi ji, he introduced the millets. Why the farmers, they are not getting growing, or what is the issue on that, just to highlight. The most importantly, Mr. Paritosh, you are excellent, you are working, whatever you have said, it's good, appreciated. My suggestions, all the states, municipal corporations, councils, they should exchange words. They should have a meet to highlight the issues, and whatever the states have achieved, there should be exchange of words, so that they can, the other state they can follow, like he is doing very well. So other states also follow this thing, what way he is doing, they should understand. And what you said, the increase in tourism in the Goa and especially in Maharashtra. You know, most of the European countries, they have issued the tourism tax. So maybe a 1%, maybe a 500 rupees, maybe 1,000 rupees to control the grey water and the sanitation issues. These are my suggestions.
So just going on the tax question, actually cities in Maharashtra have started to do that. So I'm not sure whether you're aware, but Mahabaleshwar has a tax. You pay a tax when you go into the city, because there's a very, very vulnerable biodiversity in that hill city, if I can call it that. So it's beginning. And we have Dr. Binay Kumar Jha, who's going to come and talk to us. He's a director at Mahua, and he's going to be talking to us a bit about, the plan of the government and what the government is, thinking about in terms of some of the points that you have raised. So would you like to maybe address some as well?
Okay, just 1 or 2 points. One, you said about the why farmers are not taking up millets. It's difficult because No, okay, that's one thing. So second is about, I'll tell that one point is that, we should create awareness. That's I was telling you, demand supply management has to be made aware to the people, and then they should make the choices. That's one thing. There are, you see, for when we were doing this cash serene campaign, I think many of you are aware of this cash serene campaign. You are telling about rainfall coming in very fast. If you can have a mechanism to catch all the rainwater which flows into it, that will solve many of our problems. So the slogan which we had was catch the rain where it falls, when it falls. The second one was not a drop from my compound. All rainwater in your compound should be stored there itself, not a drop from my compound. And extending that for the decentralized sewage treatment plant, so we had extended this slogan to treat the sewage where it falls, when it falls. Not exactly when it falls, but so idea is that if you can have sewage treatment plants decentralized, it improves your the management of sewage, because you are not transporting sewage all over the city, taking through a city tour and then take it to some STP somewhere far away, and then you also use that water, treated water, to recharge in situ there. So there's a lot of advantage in small treatment plants. So I am a very great votary of decentralized sewage treatment plant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, can I take questions?
So we are running a little out of time.
Just in short, I will.
Maybe we'll make a note of your question. Yes, sir.
Maybe
Go ahead.
at lunch you can have that.
Later on. A little overtime here, because we still have a small demonstration that is left as part of this session, which we really want to share with everybody here. So thank you once again, Natasha ma'am, and the panelists for this great and enriching session. And keeping with the course of our project as well, ISC would like to take this opportunity to announce the launch of the Integrated Climate Risk Vulnerability Assessment Tool, which has been prepared by CDD India with WASH aspects at the focus. It's a tool which has a potential to map and assess the adaptive capacities of coastal towns and to handle climate change related hazards, which will help the government in planning bodies to formulate better risk management strategies. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Kevalia and Mr. Irfan Sharif, Associate Program Manager of CDD India, to demonstrate how the toolkit works. So, over to you.
Naomi, maybe get up and go.
Here we go.
Thank you. Harsh, just one sec. He's going to take a photograph.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Naomi, for giving a brief introduction about our tool and what we are going to demonstrate here today. So it's been an honor here to be with the incredible group where we have leaders, decision makers and policy makers. So we all come here with a shared commitment of having a better future for our next generations. So let us start with the climate change. I suppose instead of having the word climate change, I would suggest we go with climate crisis. Already the climate change term has already passed, and now we are seeing extreme weather events. Recently in May, Delhi itself recorded 52.3 degrees. That is the highest recorded temperature in India till date on land. So climate change, we can call it as climate crisis now. So as the delegates were speaking, so we understood that water and sanitation are the core, the fundamental, the bedrock of any livelihood or dignity of livelihood or the economy of any town. So it is the bedrock. So instead of looking this wash sector as just a developmental priority. We need to look at this sector as a survival strategy for any town. So, coming to coastal towns. Coastal town is the first line of impact for any kind of hazard. First line of impact. When the first line of impact gets hit by any kind of hazard, the first thing affected is water and sanitation. Water and sanitation is a basic fundamental thing which gets affected. So, how do we break this cycle of vulnerability? How do we give the resilience to our communities? So, the answer lies in a very simple toolkit, that is ICRVA. We call it as ICRVA, that is Integrated Coastal Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment. So, this toolkit is developed based on decades of scientific data, that is from IPCC. As everyone knows, IPCC have provided assessment reports 4, 5 and 6. Assessment reports have evolved over the time, and they have given us the pathway how to identify the vulnerable and high risk communities and area for each town. They speak basically on a macro level, but our tool here is very dynamic and very adaptable, so we bring it to micro level. So as one of the delegates was speaking, what we require, the major requirement for each town is finance, governance, then comes the capacity building. If we achieve all these three also, we need to have the toolkit. We need to have the tools. We need to empower our coastal regions or coastal ULBs with the tools which provide us the vulnerable and risk areas, which identifies these high risk areas, high vulnerable areas and communities, and help that particular ULB or a town to prioritize the solutions. Solutions are again scientific based, nature based solution, which will not even harm the environment, and it will also safeguard the environment. In this, let us dwell more deeper into the ICRVA toolkit, which we have generated here. It can be adapted for small and larger towns, and it is both dynamic and adaptive. So, in the session here, we will be presenting out one case study, that is Malvan town. It's in the same district of as Vengurla, Sindhudurg district, and it is a coastal town, and it is very near again to the Goa. So, we will present this case study here on how we achieved the risk and vulnerability areas, how we identified using the toolkit, and what solutions we will be proposing for that. So, in today's discussions, we will talk about what is the need, outcomes and potentials of this ICRVA toolkit, and then conceptual baseline, how we developed this toolkit, then overall toolkit assessment methodology, what methodology are we following, then the case study of Malvan, where how we have identified the risk and vulnerable communities and areas, and then we will have the way forward. So as I mentioned, the need for ICRVA toolkit, as you can see, so first thing is exposures to hazards. So we were trying to understand how that particular town is exposing to hazard. We need this kind of a toolkit where any hazard hits a town, which are the most vulnerable communities, which are the most vulnerable areas. We need to understand that. Then we have WASH, as WASH is the critical infrastructure, what we have been understanding and working from past 15 years at CDD, what I have associated. WASH is always a critical infrastructure and a fundamental need, which we seem very necessary. So we have taken WASH as the focus here, WASH infrastructure as the focus, and the impact from these hazard doesn't happen only on one sector. It happens across the sectors, may it be agricultural sector, may it be tourism sector, may it be other economic activities. It is all cross-sectoral approach. That was also one delegate which was speaking here. He mentioned that we need to have cross-sectoral approach, as Ravi sir was mentioning. So then adaptive capacity, how well we can adapt to the current condition, how well we can bring out the solutions, how these solutions will help us to fight back the present and futuristic conditions which are coming in due to the climate change. So then the risk, so we have the disaster risk reduction strategies, which are very important, that are at a macro level, but we need to bring down to the micro level. So as I was mentioning, WASH is the very fundamental thing. which will hold up the dignity of livelihood and economics. And that is the first thing to get affected when the hazard impacts any town. So as I was mentioning, this toolkit will help us to identify vulnerabilities. Then it will assess the risk and give out the adaptation strategies. These adaptation strategies will not be reactive. We need to have adaptation strategies which are proactive. Reactive time has already passed. We need to focus on proactive. So as I was mentioning, what are the outcomes which we will achieve? First thing is identifying the most risk and vulnerable communities. Then we need to have proactive risk reduction. Then we need to highlight the critical infrastructure. We are only focusing on WASH. It's just a critical infrastructure. This tool can be adapted for other infrastructures also. We can conceptualize and use it for other infrastructure and other elements too. So then we have ecosystem-based approaches. So this all needs to be considered in urban planning. So this is one kind of a tool which will help the town to identify what are all the vulnerabilities and include that in their planning sessions. Include that in the plans, both urban planning, town planning. You need to include these proactive solutions into those plannings. So we have the adaptive solutions. These tools will give out the adaptive solutions which we require. And then, so as I was mentioning proactiveness, with that, we need to even have some kind of reactiveness. If the hazard hits, all of a sudden, where we need to prioritize our solutions, where we need to give the interventions, that is really required. So this toolkit is dynamic and it can be adapted throughout the small coastal towns, and then it can be scaled up for the larger coastal towns also. And this will give out the most risk and vulnerable areas to that particular coastal town, understanding their potential black spots where they need to intervene immediately, where they need to have the action plan. So then, as I mentioned, so many of the reports or assessment reports are all talking with respect to macro level. Coming down to micro level, at ward level, at area level, this tool can be utilized for that micro level assessment. Toolkit is built is hazard. Hazard is just the potential of occurrence of any kind of naturally occurring hazard or naturally occurring event. But coming next to the risk is potential of that hazard to cause the consequence. And third is exposure, where how the people or particular area or particular asset or a system is being exposed. Then sensitivity, to the degree which the exposure happens, that is the sensitivity. Why I'm explaining these terminologies, these are all familiar terminologies, but the thing is when we talk about risk and vulnerability assessment, these are the basic terminologies on which we are building upon this toolkit. So mitigation, so we understand that whatever the existing emissions are there, we are trying to cut it down, that is mitigation. Adaptation is whatever the present condition is, we are trying to adapt to that particular condition, that is adaptation. Then vulnerability, the inclination towards any kind of adversely affection which happens on any kind of system is vulnerability. And then finally comes the resilience. How the system can cope, that is resilience. That is the understanding of resilience. How a system can cope when a hazard is hit on it. So that is the understanding of resilience. So as I was mentioning, IPCC AR4, that is assessment report 4, 5 and 6 are the fundamentals which is backed by scientific data and scientific research, decades of scientific data and research. And from this, we have derived the toolkit. And talking about AR4, assessment report 4, it was majorly focused upon how humans are driving the climate change. It was majorly talking about how humans are driving the climate change, and it was talking about mitigation. But coming to AR5, it evolved to AR5, where they said that there are risks, interconnectedness of risks were there, and they mentioned that it's very important and very urgent to have the adaptation strategies. Coming to IPCC AR6, that is assessment report 6, where they talked about local vulnerabilities. They came from macro to micro. They talked about local solutions which can be adopted. So this is the evolution from mitigation to adaptation and from the localization, and then it came to the localization. So as I was mentioning, AR4 was only focusing upon how the humans are driving the change to the climate, and then they were only vulnerable centric model. And but came AR5, then it was a risk-based approach, risk central model. Then AR6, as I mentioned, they were talking about the localized solutions, localized vulnerability identification and localized solutions. And they also emphasized on nature-based solutions. Okay, ma'am. So based on all these insights, we have brought in the ICRBA toolkit, which we are using for our 3 towns where we have been studying. And this one case study we will present now, that will be Malvan. So these are the 2 major formulas from all the 3 assessment reports we have considered. And we will be using the same with considering all the elements which are focused. The latest one is AR6, assessment report 6. It gives out many elements which we have considered the same, and we have assessed this thing. Kaivalya, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Irfan. Thank you, Irfan, for setting the context. Coming to the toolkit for the case study, I would like to take you through the very basic steps we have done in the process. The overall methodology for the assessment started out with the primary survey and secondary research, post which we have identified the indicators that are relevant to the project, comprising for the main components, that is physical features, social structures, infrastructure, governance and access to health, which major focus on WASH sector. The components were further assigned weights, and the indicators were quantified and normalized. These normalized indices were incorporated into the GIS tools, which are extensively used for the project. Then the weighted overlay analysis was used for hazard assessment. Raster analysis was used for creating the risk assessment. Post the results and outcomes of this assessment, we have also validated on what is happening on the ground. Most of the times there will be a differences on what assessment says and what actually happens on the ground, for which we have actually developed interventions for the resilience. Coming to the risk and vulnerability assessment for the Malvan town, initial overview of the town I would like to give. Malvan town is located in Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra state, where it is a municipal council class C town, which comprises of 17 wards. It is known for its ecological richness, famous tourism destination, where the town economy is reliant mostly on tourism sector. The town has 17 wards, and the fish and folk population reside along the shoreline, which are vulnerable communities. I think I can. All right. So the town also has a creek, which is called Kolam Creek, which is located along the wards 2, 3 and 4. Coming to the hazard assessment component. So the approach we have adopted for the assessment is to preliminarily understand and identify the type of hazards that town is facing and probable of the town could face in future. These are the list of hazards. And for the same, we have identified and collected information for 3 types of data sets, that is secondary research, climate change perception survey, which is conducted by CDD India team, and expert opinion, that is a combination of CDD India's understanding and key informant surveys conducted from the town. And each of them have been given different set of weightages, and the thought process behind is based on the strength of correlation among the 3 data sets. We have assigned the weightages accordingly.
post which the scoring has been provided for the frequency and magnitude. Frequency tells about how frequent it would occur, and magnitude speaks about to the degree of the hazard, from where we have taken into the cumulative score ranking. So yeah, we have also done a lot of background work for the assessment. So one is the cyclones as an example. So if from the previous past information data from IMD, there is increase in the number of cyclones, and the severity of the cyclones have also increased. This is the sample example of how we have conducted and given the weightages to the assessment. Due to the paucity of time, we can dwell this later after completion of the presentation. The outcome of the hazard assessment says about the cyclones and heat are prevalent hazards which the town is currently facing. And this hazard assessment is a dynamic tool where it also takes the real-time data into the consideration. So these are a set of the maps what we have generated from GIS. The heat and cyclone has overall impact of the town, but it will have a different responses due to the local conditions present in the town. And from the field testing, salinity data, we have assessment we have done. From the field test, it is understood that there is a mild saline water ingression into the aquifers of the coastal area. So when we speak about sea level rise, the people may not immediately perceive or notice what is actually happening on the ground, but the secondary research projects the data saying that there is going to be sea level rise in near future, and we have tried to take out that information and incorporate that into our toolkit so that it is more on to the real-time data. The one scenario is the warming at 1.5 degree for the 2050 year. The water level rises by 0.17 and probable effect could be on one single watt. Like you see, the red color shows the inundated area, probable inundated area. For the second scenario, the warming at 2 degrees, for the year 2100, the water level could rise up to 0.46 meter, and you can see a notable difference with the red color area along the Kollam Creek. So the usual perception of sea level rise along the shoreline is different because there could also be sea level rise impact along creeks as well. And if the water level reaches 1 meter, and you could see the extent of area that could be under inundation. So these scenarios project different levels, but for our current assessment, we have taken the scenario 1, which is very close to the situation. Sea level rise for 2050 for 1.5 degree, and Ward 2 could face potential impacts of sea level rise. Shoreline change also was noticed along the Ward 7 and 8, where the erosion was predominantly seen. And the town also faced a lot of flooding issues due to the stormwater drainage incapability or high tide, low tide phenomenon. These are some of the areas where the flood is more seen, and it's also been taken from the ULB data. Yes. Okay.
You can show it later.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry we're going to have to stop this because we're really running late. Okay. But thank you so much for that. It's been amazing. Thank you. Before we go on to a very important part of this morning, we have a very esteemed guest from Mahua who has joined us, and he is going to be speaking to you about the government's vision around urban sanitation. Before that, I just want to let everyone know, and especially we've got a lot of people online, over 200 people online who are listening in to session today. Just to let them know that there's going to be a little change in our agenda. So after Mr. Binoy Kumar Jha's speech, we will be unveiling the accolades, which is our past winners. And because we have him here, it will be great to take that opportunity. Post that, we are going to just break for lunch, and then we will have the next session. The only request I have for any of you who is willing to stay with us post-lunch is that everyone has to be back in the hall by 2 o'clock, because our speaker, one of our speakers and the moderator have a hard stop at 3. So thank you very much for that. Sir, please.
First of all, good morning to all of you. Madam Naina Lal Kidwai, the chairman of this India Sanitation Coalition, Mr. G. Ashok Kumar, ex-DG NMCG, Ms. Natasha Patel, madam, the CEO of India Sanitation Coalition, and other partners who have joined here as well as virtually. So first of all, I apologize that Joint Secretary was supposed to come, but she had some engagement due to this Parliament session. So, so here the topic is very, very important, that someone has told that WASH sector should be taken not as a development approach, but it's a critical approach. So, so I'll be covering what the government initiative through this Swachh Bharat mission. Sir has already has a vast experience about the NMCG. So both these were the complementary at one point of time. The SBM1 started in 2014, and at that point of time, our main intent was to make country open defecation free. And from the rural and urban, both combined together, we made 11 crore of toilet. And this has led to really, really open defecation free. Now you move through any train, you will not find any open defecation. It used to be a natural phenomena earlier. Next is the construction of community and public toilet in urban sector. Through SBM Urban, we made 6.5 lakh toilet. So it was one of the good achievement. Now you can find everywhere, every 100 meter, 50 meter, there is a toilet, and all our toilets are mapped on the Google. If you go to the Google map and you just write toilet near me, you can see so many toilets. There you can rate and everything. So this was the approach for the sanitation sector in the first SBM1. SBM1 has also the component of solid waste management. We started earlier, nothing was happening. All the waste was lying, no awareness was there. In SBM1, the collection, our focus was at least door-to-door collection of waste from the household. And we fairly achieved that target. SBM1, the component was the financing of the vehicle, financing of the processing plant, and everything was there. But the net result was we tried to go for the door-to-door collection at least on daily basis. Right now, I'm happy to inform you that 98 to 99% of wards in the whole country, they are getting at least the vehicles at their door, and it's either mixed or segregated, they are collecting it. SBM2 started, although the tenure was of, it should have started in 2019, but got delayed. 2021 started. So here in this 5-year mission, our target is making country garbage free. So earlier it was ODF, now it is garbage free. Garbage free city doesn't mean there is no garbage. The processing of the garbage properly. So this time the scope of SBM2 is also wider. It's a 20 billion US dollar. 1,41,000 crore is the total investment of this mission. Out of that, approximately 40,000 crores is for the solid waste, and 70 to 80,000 crore is for used water management. Used water management is in the ambit of two missions. Amrit mission, that is, they go for the more than 1 lakh population, and the Swachh Bharat mission, they go for the less than 1 lakh population. Approximately 3,900 cities are with us for this used water management. And we have a very large component of capacity building and IEC. So which is the integral part of such vast sector reforms and everything. So in this scenario, what we are doing, right from beginning, the circular economy is our focus, from segregated waste collection at the household level, the wet waste going into the wet stream, and dry waste going into the dry stream, and all the recyclables are recovered. Right now, what is happening in most of the cities, these are still in the informal sector. Leave aside some of the Indore and Pune. There they are collecting all the waste. The municipal corporation is collecting all the waste. They are segregating that recyclable and getting revenue as well. But you see in the Delhi also, waste is getting collected, but it is in the informal sector. It is all recyclables are scavenged. We call it a term as scavenging. Most of these high value items are getting scavenged. But of course, this is informal sector. We are also not stopping it, because it is giving opportunities. It is giving a livelihood to some of the downtrodden population. But our aim is that, of course, why they should work in this fashion. So in this SBM2, our focus is every city should have at least one MRF and one compost plant, smaller cities. So that we have sanctioned, and lot of cities have gone for tendering, and it is by the end of this year and next year half, around 50% of the cities will have one MRF, one compost plant in their premises for processing of the waste. So another is for the bigger cities, we have a different strategy. For bigger cities, we are not going for these type of arrangement. We are encouraging bigger cities to go for the full automation. The automated MRF is for segregation of the dry waste into valuable and RDF, and RDA based waste to electricity. Right now, whole country have a 14 waste to electricity plant operational, which generates approximately 200 megawatt of energy every day. And 100 megawatt of energy is the pipeline. So recently, ADB and World Bank team came to us, and we are doing one program of 100 cities, mostly the bigger cities. There we have made some assessment. What exactly is the potential of RDA based waste to electricity plant? So we could see there is a additional potential of 700 megawatt. 50 waste to electricity plant we can make in 50 most of the bigger urban local bodies, and as well as a cluster approach. Similarly, we assessed for CBG. You might have heard about so many incentive schemes are given through Govardhan scheme for the CBGs. CBGs, we are giving VGF for upfront to the concessionaire. Again, you have a guaranteed buyback of gas. So you have a guaranteed connection through GCDs, that network of pipelines. So all kind of benefits to encourage CBG. Yesterday I was in Jaipur where advisor to PM was taking the meeting. So his favorite topic is the CBG, how we can increase the CBG population in India. We have also assessed through MSW, although if there is no segregation, then through MSW, CBG is little tough. But the technology, some of the companies are coming up with the technology that if suppose there is a 70-80% of the segregation, still they are finding. And the low-hanging fruit for the CBG is the BWG. The Chennai has a very good plant. They are generating through 100 TPD plant. They have created a very good system also. They just they are taking waste from BWG, converting into gas, and again the gas is supplied to those hotels. So it's a total circular economy, and more such plants are coming, and they are just getting land and everything they are investing. Similarly, Uttar Pradesh has come out with some policy, biomethanation and bio-CNG policy. They are telling that everyone is free to take the plant, construct the plant in the private sector also, and we will purchase your gas. So that kind of policies are coming. Yesterday, Rajasthan was also instructed that you should also come out with such policies. You have to increase these CBG creation in the country. So recently we have assessed 100 CBG plant immediately we can go for. Right now 75 already we have sanctioned, and 75 plants is in different stages of making different stages of construction. 100 is still we can go for, and gradually as we will move towards a better segregation, the more and more CBG plants can come. So this is the real circular economy. Circular economy, everything is created and consumed here itself, and less going to the landfill. Next, we are coming up with Circular Economy Forum. So on 3rd and 5th March, just we are going to start this circular economy of Southeast Asia Pacific. There 40-50 countries will be participating. So this we will be doing. So in a nutshell, the SBM 1, SBM 2, mostly we are in the process of circular economy. And we are very thankful to ISC for giving us, recently we have signed 2 MOU with HUL. The toilet were constructed in first phase, and in second phase we are going for the aspirational toilet, but the maintenance is the biggest challenge for us. Now HUL has come out with a very Suvidha model in Mumbai, and we have recently MOU with HUL to construct such 75 Suvidha toilets across country in the community where there is a community requirement. And some of the cities have already offered them the land. Lucknow was the first city to offer them land for this construction. The other is the Sulabh. We have recently signed a MOU with Sulabh for maintenance. So these are the challenges we faced in the second phase, but the ISC has come out with such help to us. So we are very, very thankful. And Madam, we are very thankful to Madam Kidwai for and Natasha Madam and Mr. Jha. So we have a regular interaction, and we will keep interacting and find ways innovatively how we can move further. You are our eyes and ears. You just give us the ideas what we have to do. So keep giving us all kind of information, and we will take up the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binay Kumar, for your thoughtful address. Now it's time for another special moment, one that captures the essence of innovation, dedication, and impact showcased throughout the ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards. We are about to unveil more than just an accolade. It's a living testament to transformative efforts of our awardees. Content within are the stories of resilience, creativity, and community-driven action, stories that remind us why we are all here. To unveil this, I would like to call upon Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chair of India Sanitation Coalition, Mr. Binay Kumar Jha, Director, SBU Urban, and Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, ISC. Thank you, everyone. Now we will take a break for lunch. Request everyone to be back here in the room by 2 p.m. An exciting session on plastic circularity starts at 2 p.m. sharp.
Please break for lunch. ABC team.
of experts who will share their insights on driving policies, fostering innovation, and advancing circular economy solution. Allow me to introduce them one by one. I will start by introducing first to our moderator for today, Dr. Sunil Pandey. Dr. Pandey is a Director of Waste Management and Circularity at TERI, and he will guide this session with his vast experience and expertise in waste management and sustainable practices. Welcome, Dr. Pandey. I welcome you on the stage. Our next speaker is Ms. Isha Shah. Ms. Shah is an operation officer, country advisory and economics at International Finance Corporation, with over 15 years of experience in sustainable development, multi-stakeholder dialogue, and impactful financing in the waste management sector. She brings a wealth of knowledge to this panel. Welcome, Ms. Shah. Our next speaker is Dr. Surya Sarthi Bose. Dr. Bose is a professor at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, brings an academic perspective with deep research and expertise in waste management and sustainability. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Pankaj Arora. Mr. Arora, a director at Grant Thornton, Bharat, is a multi-sector expert with extensive experience in strategy consultancy, public policy, and circular economy projects. His work spans multiple areas of development sector, making him a valuable addition to this discussion. Welcome, Mr. Arora. Our next speaker is Ms. Juhi Gupta. Ms. Gupta, the Sustainability Director for South Asia Market at Tetra Pak, has spearheaded several sustainability programs in corporate world, including her time at PepsiCo. Her expertise in corporate responsibility and waste management will provide a practical insight. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Our next speaker is Mr. Dhaviji. Mr. Dhaviji is the CEO of Sampurna Earth Environmental Solutions. He has a hand-on experience in implementing sustainable waste management models and driving impactful CSR and EPR projects. He completes our esteemed panel. Welcome, Mr. Dhaviji. Now, I will hand over the session to our session moderator.
Thank you, and thank you, ISC and FICCI for having this session on a very important topic on waste management, various components of the waste management, where plastics, of course, is making much sound and noise. We had briefing presentation by SBM Director, Mr. Binay Jha, previous to the lunch. So there's no need for much of the context setting. Plastics, as you all know, has become a matter of a material of convenience for usage, and that also brings in a problem because of the huge amount which is discarded and not recovered and recycled. So with this, and we have roughly around 45 minutes to basically convey our thoughts. So I thought let us begin with the hearing the wise words from our very esteemed panelists. So I'll start with Mr. Arora to begin with. And we all know that the UN team is sitting at Busan looking at INC deliberations. And also interesting submission has been done by Russia in terms of bringing in WTO perspective in whole plastic production and manufacturing and manufacturing debate. So I would ask Kunal on how do you think India is positioning, especially looking at production perspective, manufacturing perspective, to basically meet the global commitments which are being set out by INC in the plastic treaty. So Kunal. Oh, sorry, Pankaj. Not Pankaj. So I'm so sorry.
No worries. Thank you. And I'm slightly humbled for being the first one to speak about these critical matters. So thank you, sir. I think in terms of the, so there is, and more recently, how the COP29 has been turning up, especially the the responsibility of the developed world, I think the critical aspect that all we must need to address is that we do not want to miss our opportunities as a developing country, as a growing country. So in that regard, we want to be right up front, given that sort of platform to pursue these opportunities. But the second important part is that everybody else is looking at us as, when I say us, it means India, of course, is that whether we are able to do this responsibly, whether we can do it in a better way than what our counterparts in the Western world have done. Which is around being more responsible about how we implement these, how do we achieve our growth while not impacting our environment, our social aspects, while also doing it in an economically efficient manner. So keeping those things in mind, I think the circular principle, of course, will play an important role. But parallelly, I see value, and that's a personal view, which is around defining some of these goals or defining some of these guidelines right up front so that we remain on track in terms of how we are going to meet them. But parallelly, regarding the funding aspect, I just want to highlight that there was a huge, concern that developed world is not contributing towards some of these agendas. So in that regard, I personally feel that we probably do not require that funding. We can, if we really pursue the opportunity, the scale that we have through our internal ways and means, just by following the circular principles. So I'll leave it at that, and probably we move along and contribute further.
Important issue which you highlighted is that India provides that unique opportunity in terms of large subscription base and also economy of scale, where such experiments can be successfully done without actually looking for funding from outside. If you look at plastic waste management rule, one of the important aspects of it is implementing that through an instrument which is called extended producer responsibility, where producers, manufacturers, brand owners, importers of packaging materials have been given responsibility. And the targets, which are pretty ambitious, this year it's 70%, next year it's going to be 100%. And I'll now move to Ms. Juhi, who is looking at leading the sustainability initiatives at Tetra Pak. And Tetra Pak also has a packing material, a very unique packing material, which often is debated whether it should be paper-based packaging, it should be termed as a paper-based packaging or plastic-based packaging. So, Juhi, your views on how are we going to, what are the challenges looking at meeting these targets, and how industries should respond to?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Pandey. I think EPR are, if you look at the India EPR regulations, they are one of the most stringent, even more stringent than Europe. For example, recycled content mandates set in Europe only by 2030. But if you look at the India legislation, it comes from April onwards, April 2025. So it's very stringent. And you did allude to ambitious targets. Yes, they are ambitious. The industry is required to do 100% of recovery of plastic waste of packaging that they are putting out in the market. So targets are ambitious, and if you look at systemic challenges, there are many. They are multifold. So we do not have segregation of waste at source still after so many years also in the country. There is lack of adequate infrastructure in terms of collection, sorting and recycling. So I would say they are very, very stringent regulations, but the way I look at it is we should still thank the government for bringing in these stringent regulations. Because of these regulations, industry is also thinking on the innovative ways of working. There is a lot of spurt in terms of collection partners. There are a lot of startups working on waste management. There are a lot of innovative ideas that are happening. And I just want to touch upon two of such ideas. We are in category 3. Cartons are called multi-layered packaging, and we are part of category 3. So we have a tie-up with the recycler called Deluxe, which is converting these cartons into chipboards, which can be made into anything, any furniture, pallets, and also auto rickshaw. Most of us would have traveled in an auto sometime or the other. 80% of the auto rickshaw seating, the backrest and the seating, are made up of recycled cartons. So I think what we need to really do is set that awareness within the communities, within the consumers, of how to dispose of the plastic packaging which is at hand, so that it can get to the right place, which is recycling. Again, another example that I want to put here is of another partner called Kabadiwala. They are Uber of waste management. Just like you can book Uber through an app, taxi through an app, they can, you can schedule pickups at a door delivery step with the Kabadiwala. You can just download the app. They are currently working in 5 cities and they are also expanding. So they are actually collecting at least 40 fractions of waste today and giving fair price after, after the pickup is done. So those sort of innovative models are also coming. There are teething challenges which are there. So it's not really easy, but government is working on it, I would say. There is a digital portal which is there now. So everything is transparent. The industry needs to really put in what they have, what they have taken as raw material, what they are selling, so that all the targets are transparent. Again, the recyclers, whatever input is happening, whatever plastic waste they are processing, whatever they are processing and getting into an output, also needs to be recorded on the digital portal. So there are issues with the portal as well, but I would say it's all teething issues, and with challenges also come a lot of opportunities, which I do see in the EPR sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Juhi. In fact, what is worrying us is that a few years back, we used to play with statistics that we recycle around 60% of our waste generated, including plastics. But if you look at recent reports by an organization called CIPIT, which produces these reports for CPCB, the worrying fact is that the recycling rates are going down in the country. So we wonder obviously on what's happening and why are the recycling rates are going down. Is it because of the regulation getting stricter or quality of recyclate to be produced getting benchmarked, or more waste being diverted to options like waste to energy or road making or co-processing in the cement plants. So that's something probably we also need to collectively look at, how basically, because if you look at waste management hierarchy, recycling obviously comes above all these. So if sorting and segregation is done as is envisaged and as is planned by various incentives in Swachh Bharat Mission, one should not be looking at reducing rates for recycling. Another associated aspect of EPR implementation is basically the various stakeholders, as I said earlier, producers, brand owners, manufacturers of these packagings, urban local body on the other hand, because any successful waste management on ground has to have also successful partnership with the urban local bodies in wherever the producers and manufacturers operate in a country like India. So, and also consumers, how consumers can be more responsible. So I'll now move to Isha, who is working with IFC arm of the World Bank and looking at financing of some of these issues. How basically, what's your experience on this, and if you feel there's a model which can be replicated, which can be used in India as well?
Thanks, Dr. Pandey. I think first and foremost, one of the key roles and the stakeholders in this whole ecosystem that we need to acknowledge is that of the consumer. Because we talk about the producers, the PIBO segment, but the role of the consumer is very critical in addressing the issue of segregation at source. Because when we look at EPR, if we stop at collection, then it's fine. But the moment you talk about recycled content in packaging, which means you need the quality of recyclate coming out of the recycling system, which can replace virgin resin while not impacting the quality of the packaging. And unless we have source segregation, in which consumers obviously play a very critical role, the waste is so contaminated that it cannot be used, and it cannot be, you can convert it into different forms, but if you're looking at true circularity, you do need a very high quality of input into the recycling plants, whether it is chemical recycling or mechanical recycling for that matter, either. Because otherwise, it's a very simple equation, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So if we have to really focus on increasing recycled content in packaging, then we need to really get source segregation right. Now, talking about IFC, so IFC, as you might know, we are the private sector arm of the World Bank Group, and we essentially work with private sector, but we also support subnational governments or urban local bodies in different parts of the world as well. Now, IFC has been at the forefront of several innovative financing tools and models, looking at the entire blue economy space, including the blue financing guidelines, where reducing marine pollution, including plastic pollution, is a key component. I'd like to give a few examples of unique models or innovative models where IFCs played a role either as a financier or provided advisory and so on. So one very important one, again, which links back to this recycled content piece, is a recent investment that we've done in a company called Greenback in Mexico. And I'm taking examples which are developing economy examples, because if you compare something in Germany, for instance, it just doesn't make sense. So with Greenback in Mexico, they are going to process about 90,000 tons of plastic waste, convert it to bio oil. And this is domestic waste that they are looking at. So IFC has made an investment in this company. They also have offtake engagements with Nestle. So you need to have that entire chain that you set up. The waste that they're sourcing does come from municipalities. There is an offtake engagement and arrangement in place, and the technology basically will convert, also using blockchain technology to ensure the traceability along the entire supply chain, because you need chain of custody if you have to maintain certain standards if you're introducing things into food grade packaging, for instance. So this is one example where we have worked with Greenback in Mexico. We've also looked at supporting companies, private sector companies who are traditionally doing virgin plastic packaging to expand into recycling. For instance, Indorama, back in 2020, IFC did the first ever blue loan to Indorama, about $300 million, which we anchored and mobilized, where we funded their expansion into recycling in multiple countries, including Thailand, Mexico, India, Indonesia. So they now do quite a large part of bottle-to-bottle recycling, and they have managed to incorporate very high levels of recycled content into their products that they manufacture. So there are many examples of this kind where companies are also looking at sustainability linked debt, where they are taking on blue performance targets, which sort of gives a very robust then recording mechanism, and the financier also has a very clear tracking of the impact, where because that's also very critical for us as an FI. So there are many examples, Dr. Pandey, and I could go on, but let me stop here in the interest of time.
Thank you, Isha, and very interesting observations, and you actually also set the base for the next question. We have been very successful in mechanical recycling, and we have very robust set of recyclers who are into mechanical recycling. But it has a limit, and we know that polymer to polymer, there's a limit to which a particular polymer can be recycled by following a mechanical process. And also, when it is a mix of polymers being recycled, then the situation complicates further. And pyrolysis somehow has not yet gone to its potential, which it has in some other countries. And if you look at typical European economy, where waste is sorted to the extent of 25-30%, or maybe 5% plus or minus, and residual waste simply goes to waste to energy, but in much better operated plants than what we have here. So I'll move with this background to Professor Suresh Artibos. I hope I pronounced it right.
Yes, sure.
And looking at the amount of waste, plastic waste, which we are going to produce in future, in your study, in your research, what are the emerging technologies and processes we should be looking at to supplement our recycling processes?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Pandey. So let me first thank Naina ji and Sanjeev ji for having me here. So professors from academia are known to give boring lectures, right? So I'll keep it short so that we straight away discuss what we are doing in the academic world. So I just brought a bottle which is from European Union. So you can see a major difference here is the cap is attached to the bottle. And this is a very nice initiative, and India should take up such initiatives, because this way the whole bottle can go to the recycler. Often what happens is the consumer opens the cap, puts it in somewhere else, the bottle goes somewhere else. Caps are often found in the sea coast. So these are some of the things that awareness can bring in, not only in the academic world, but implementation becomes very, very important. Talking about waste to energy, Sweden has been doing a lot, and I was told that Sweden is also buying waste from other countries. But you'll be surprised to know that it only buys from European Union, just because they segregate it much better. So our per capita consumption is probably next to US, right? But our recycling rates are much higher than US. These are the reports that we keep seeing. But then the segregation at the source and finally when it reaches the recyclers are very, very different. So we need to bring in stricter policies, awareness, both in the academic world, also for the general public. General public is doing a lot by segregating their waste at the doorstep, but that's getting mixed up in the municipal waste. So these things have to be, there have to be stricter policies where these don't get mixed up and they rightly go to the right people who can actually recycle them. So waste to energy there's a lot of potential. Singapore and Sweden have been very, very successful in doing it. We can adopt their technologies and see where we go, because since our per capita consumption is quite high. Second is mechanical recycling. So I'm a co-founder of a startup called Voila. You can see that flower vase there, which is made out of Swiggy and Zomato disposal box. Again, there has to be some cultural change. So you order food from Swiggy, Zomato, please wash, clean them, and then dispose them off, because the rack pickers find it very difficult. By the time they pick it up, the food is rotten, the leftover food. So these are some cultural changes, policy changes one needs to adopt if we really want to recycle them efficiently. So mechanical recycling, chemical recycling, and waste to energy. These are some of the things that there has to be some stricter policies and so on. So I don't know if somebody is here from Mohua, but one more additional point that I would like to convey is the tax credits and the GST reduction on plastic recyclates, especially the PCR pellets. Right now, PCR is also 18% as that of virgin. So if we want to, put in more recyclate in our product, the EPR mandate says that. So we need to reduce the GST slabs for these recyclate materials so that there are more consumption, more use, awareness, and we shouldn't raise our eyebrows when we say that this is the flower vase made out of recycled plastic. You should be proud to have one such at your home, right? So please promote recycled products. Government should reduce the GST tax credits to the recycler and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bose. Very important aspect, because and on the issue of GST, because the industry also has been given mandate to ensure that some certain amount of recyclate also is part of the product which they produce, and it would go on increasing gradually. So if the recyclate itself is costing higher than virgin plastic, then there's no really incentive for manufacturer to basically put in recyclate in the product. And they can be false claim that 100% virgin product has 15% or 20% recyclate. Well, it won't be there. We would certainly take this as a recommendation to MOHUA when the IC team sits and puts in recommendations. I'll now move next to Mr. Dhaveji, and he is the one representing Sampoon Earth and doing a lot of this action on ground and looking at successful models of managing waste on ground. And I'll ask him what's basically his take on how we can increase recycling rates in India, and looking at not only in context of plastic, not only recycling, but quality recycling, where product to product should be the aim and goal, and his views on the same.
And thank you and good afternoon. It's very nice to be here. When I worked in Bajaj Electrical, two of my former chair were the president of FICCI, Ramkrishnan Bajaj and Mr. Shekhar Bajaj. And from the ISC, my hero, Nainal Kidwai, is here. Glad to. And when we get into this issue of recycling, we are running a center at Goa, which is with the support of the Goa Waste Management Society, the GPCB. There is a Mineral Foundation of Goa, which is an awareness driver, Sampurna Earth, and there are multiple stakeholders. The model works like this. The waste from 2 municipalities and 31 gram panchayats comes to Bicholim. Now, in the year 2013, the waste awareness campaign started in Goa. And in the year 2018, Bicholim Center was handed over to us by UNDP. Then 2021, there is another initiative which has come from Unilever, to a project called Transform. They have supported us in that project. And then Godrej's came in, and they came in with a project support for 4 years. Now, when people get into these interventions, and especially corporates get into interventions, they work on year-to-year basis. Now, many of them work April to March, and some of these MNCs work January to December. Now, when you start a project like that, invariably what happens is by the time half the year is passed, we are able to conclude the basic works. So you really don't see much of a development on the ground. So what is the impact you have created? I think it's not caught in the books in that year. So what I liked about Godrej's, who were part of this initiative, is that they came to us with a 4-year program. And when we're talking about the recyclable rate, there are multiple plastics involved. PPS contribute about 30-35%. 15% or so are the PET bottles. PET bottles are collected fairly large quantities. Some of the companies claim 80-85%. I doubt that kind of a figure. But the fact of the matter is, because at 32-36 rupees per kg, it is attractive to collect, attractive to give for recycling. Now, there are 50% of the product plastics are recyclable, about 50% are non-recyclable. Now, the non-recyclables, it's a pain to collect because somebody who has to sell 100-150 kgs in a day after a waste picker, rag picker collects, he gets possibly 350-400 rupees. Now, collecting 100-150 would mean they will have to probably pick 5,000 to 6,000 pieces of waste because of these are all low density plastics that we are throwing around and MLPs predominantly. So there is a challenge. Now, we work with waste pickers at our plant, MRF, there are about 100 of them. We work with about 100 of them from multiple scrap dealers, small scrap dealers. We work about 300 of them at aggregator level who are big scrap dealers, wholesale kind of a thing. And we also work at the municipal centers where workers, so about 1,000 people we work with them. And what we started doing with the support of all our partners is that, first of all, we opened bank accounts. Aadhaar, PAN cards are necessary, compulsory. Then registering them under the government benefits like e-Shram cards, things like that. Then health, nutrition, and frequent medical checkups twice a year. Now, many of you would probably think that funding an MRF would solve the problems of a municipality. Definitely not. Because funding, today, I can pick specific examples where plastic waste is actually merged and sent to waste to energy plants. And only biomined waste is actually trying to be sorted. And it's difficult to get value out of it. So that is one challenge. So my point is, what are we doing for waste pickers who bring better quality? Let's not talk about big cities. Let's talk about towns of 2 lakh population, 1 lakh population, 50,000 population. We saw just in the previous session how impactful a small municipality could work and set standards for the country. So why not we look at these kind of places where we work with the waste workers, kind of a thing, all the stakeholders, because the impacts can be felt. And it has continuous effort, and impact all over the place, because if I can do in one district, one town, it goes to the next district, next town, and it's a multiplier effect. So what I feel is that we must do this in these areas, and we must support. Fortunately, two of my points are picked up. One was the GST. Now, when we buy waste from waste picker, we don't pay GST. The self-help group doesn't charge. The municipality does not charge. But when I pick the material and give it for sale, I pay 18% GST. Now, why is that? This is not a business item. Apparently, diamonds are charged 2.5% GST. So what is so special about my plastic waste? I can't understand. So can we do something about this? Do we subsidize? Don't give me the money. Give me the money to the waste worker. Give me the money in terms of putting a machinery. And in the system today, when we're talking improvements, the plants and which are there, they don't really work well. So can we put a monitoring system when we're saying that, okay, 10% of money will go into putting up systems and practices where I measure your performance, measure your machine's efficiency. The recycling machines, the machines which are used in this, they are not energy efficient. Is there a standard set? There are machines which are available. Give me the same amount of output. One is a 60 HP motor, one is a 100 HP. So why am I paying 40 HP more? So can something be done on that? And at the source, what is that we are doing to incentivize somebody to segregate and give better? Yes, there are municipalities which collect, separated and taken. There are municipalities which mix. Now that problem is existing, but I think it will get sorted out over a period. So I won't complain much about it. But at source, I think we must incentivize to tell this person at home that you pay for it and then not manage this part is not right. If you're collecting money, you bloody well manage this end product well. That's critical for us.
Thank you. You raised a very important point of one is benchmarking different recycling operations and looking at what should be the efficiency levels at which they should be operating, and if we can all, on the line of BE labeling, if we can also label them to assure the performance of these instruments. Second is looking at small cities and towns, and we often wonder why small cities and towns seems to be doing better than larger cities and towns. One aspect which I can think of is a whole issue of mixed waste transportation, where a contractor is paid largely on tonnage which he transports and not based on segregation which he achieves. So probably one can look at also looking at contracts which incentivize segregation and sorting, so that contractor is also gets what he would like to earn in the business, and also there's no heartburn if the segregation is better at the contractor level. So with this, thank you, sir. I'll move to Pankaj again, looking at part of the regulation, and as part of the plastic waste management rule, what we have seen is it's one of the most dynamic rules of all the 6 rules which were notified in 2016 and has been amended often and reaching till 24-25. And CPCB accordingly also has been looking at revising its guidelines time to time, looking at how a concept of biodegradability and compostability can be brought in the whole packaging space, and also looking at basically looking at recycling issues. So I would like to have your views, Pankaj, on are these amendments really helpful? Will they be helping industry in terms of bettering their performance?
I would like to link it back to the earlier statement regarding, or concern rather, about the reduced recycling. I think what we need to observe is that probably, COVID was a period that has impacted the very critical stakeholder. I think we all probably will not be even in the current sort of a situation without their help, which is the informal sector. So that's a stakeholder group that continues to play a very critical role. And fortunately or unfortunately, we haven't been able to kind of, objectify or do in a quantitative manner that how much they're contributing. We know that they are there, we know that they are contributing, but in terms of how much they are adding value in terms of the recycling, and probably their contribution has come down, especially post-COVID. So that's an area. And the second important part is that with respect to, and I'm going to link it slightly later, is the increased usage of MLP, which is the multi-layered plastic packaging, if you may, and the increased number of the different sort of material which are right now in the market. So, I mean, when we did this study for one of the development organizations, and earlier I made a statement, probably we don't need that funding. What I meant was that we need that funding probably in a technical expertise. That and it's a very interesting findings that we have found through that study, which is that when we hit the ground, there are already MLP is already being recycled without any government support. To earlier point by that like Tetra Pak, how they are making these boards. So similar sort of boards are being made with these MLP packaging. They are able to find on their own these segregated sources of waste, which is being used in making these boards, which are being used in construction. These lumber boards, which are used for construction purpose, for water logging, so that the concrete gets solidified. So these are the solutions they are able to find out, and it's completely market driven. There is no government support. ULBs or governments are not purchasing their products in bulk. And as a matter of fact, they are able to give a 40% discount if you sell it back to them. So post usage, if you find that the effectiveness has come down, they buy it back they give you the new product at a 40% discount. So that sort of on the ground innovation or the market ecosystem is being developed, which is currently, I think, to a certain extent not being captured. And how these are linked to rules, if you look at it, and one of the other findings that we have suggested was the environment compensation, which if you see the LCA part, if you see that different plastics have different sort of recyclability or impact on the environment. So earlier when the rules had come out with the EPR, it was the standard 1500 rupee per kg sort of environment compensation. But earlier this year, those have been divided into different categories. What that does is that it improves the recovery, because now the market sees that, okay, there is more value if I pick out the MLP. Which is a challenge, because it's going to be high on volume, less on weight. So with these kind of policy measures, that's really helpful. And the other important part is the use of another important instrument. I'm not sure whether how many of you know, which is the SPICE scheme. It is a scheme introduced by Ministry of Small and Medium Industries, where they are focusing on the circular economy initiative, especially for medium and small industry. So what that's going to do, which is a continuous challenge, right? That how a small industry player is going to implement circular economy or these resource efficient measures, like the representative from Sampoorna said that how they're going to have energy efficient machines. So they are now providing funding through this scheme, around 50 lakh or so, to encourage these small and medium industries, which is the backbone of the informal plastic industry, to kind of move into that direction, that they can integrate these principles within their day-to-day operations. And the fourth important point, just to close, is around the alternatives, which is to your point about the biodegradable, the compostable. And another observation that we have had, which links with the MLP, is around if we have the right sort of a labeling. Because of these continuous changes, if we have the right labeling around a product that says that how many layers are there, what sort of material being used, even that. And if we combine that with the informal sector, I think the recoverability is going to further improve, which can definitely help in terms of the sustainability of the operations.
Thank you. Thank you, Pankaj. What we'll do is now onwards we'll work more like rapid fire because we have very little time, and hopefully we can take a question or two in the end of the session. So I'll move to Juhi, and we know we have been working with Tetra Pak, looking at their collection efforts, and they work very strongly with informal sector and also developing recycling value chain for Tetra Pak. So what is your, because we know also that informal sector's activities also kind of sometimes conflict with the operation of MRFs and viability of MRFs. So what is your suggestion basically and your take on that?
No, I think a lot of things have been said about EPR, but it's also important. The waste workers are the key or the core pillar on which the entire waste management hinges. There are huge financial outlays that the industry has on EPR, but is the benefit passing on to the waste worker? I think it's very, very important. I just want to take 2 minutes to cite one of the programs that we have on welfare of workers, waste workers. We have a program with Bal Vikas Dhara. They are working with about 5,000 waste workers and their families. The key tenets of the program are education for the children, healthcare, and livelihood opportunities, additional livelihood opportunities. So we have set up 6 non-formal education centers for children who are drop out from schools. The endeavor is to put them back into mainstream schools. So 300 children enroll in this 6 centers every year so that they can be mainstream into schools. So it's very, very important because they're very talented children. They just want the right opportunity. The second piece is healthcare, because waste workers are exposed to hazardous waste, so they have a lot of health issues. So we have set up an OPD where a doctor comes and curative and preventive healthcare mechanisms are established for these waste workers. The third piece is on the improved or additional livelihood opportunities for wives of the waste pickers, for example, because most of the time they're really struggling for ends to meet, daily wages. They are not looking at a salary, whatever recyclables they are able to collect. So it's the daily wages that they're looking at. So we train these women in a 6 months training programs of tailoring and other things so that they can contribute to the livelihoods or additional incomes for the household. What it does is not only makes them economically strong, but also it's about women empowerment. They are able to take the right decisions in the family. So that is, one project that we are doing. We're also looking at addressing some of the systemic challenges that exist for the waste workers today in a fair circularity sort of framework. So that would be a short answer for.
Thank you, Juhi. And very important, basically how the approach or model and how we basically integrate the informal activities with the more scientific, automated or semi-automated MRF operations, which are both critical for not only collection of waste, but also better sorting of the waste. I'll move to Esha. On basically looking at India is a large country, and we know that larger cities and towns have better access to fund. But we also know that even the rural population has been now being impacted by indiscriminate management of packaging waste, especially plastic packaging waste. So how are what are your views on how we should gear up for providing a kind of good service even for peri-urban or rural areas?
So I think one of the things which is very important to make the business model work and the economics work is the scale. So one of the big challenges that we face when we look at the rural segment, or peri-urban is still okay, but at the rural segment is how do you get the viability of the projects, right? Because we under SBM also there's a lot of focus on decentralized MRFs and so on and so forth, but at the end of the day, are these viable models? There are lots of these small, tiny MRFs, 5 tons per day, which don't even do 1.5 TPD after 5 years of operation, where there's money invested into infrastructure, there's the machinery that's lying in terms of a conveyor belt, etc., but the systems don't operate. And the primary reason for that is the lack of financial viability. So I think one of the key things that we need to think more deeply about when we look at these rural models, is there a hub and spoke model? Is there an aggregation model that can be brought in place where you're setting up capacity and you're setting up infrastructure at the hub and not at each of the spokes? Because otherwise those plants and those setups will never be financially viable, and you end up losing money and there's sunk infrastructure cost which does not get utilized. So I think we do need to look at these hub and spoke aggregation models in the rural setting to make the system financially viable.
Thank you. Thank you. Very important point, because we often, when we go to, say, northeast eastern states or Himalayan states, they also grapple with problem of plastic waste generation. They collect, they don't know what to do with that. So this hub and spoke model provides a guiding indicator on basically not trying to establish a recycling facility at every site, but looking at aggregation and looking at volumes and then setting up these facilities at suitable locations where transportation can be optimized. I'll now move to Professor Bose, and a question to him is how policymakers can create a mechanism on an incentive mechanism basically to allow the consumers and businesses to work more proactively towards improving recycling rates, collection and recycling rates in the country.
So I feel the entire value chain is responsible from manufacturer to the consumer, but the policymakers have a larger role to play. For example, my wife has joined here and my daughter at home. So what we practice at home is every day the milk packet comes, so we don't cut it fully. If you cut the milk packet full, the small bit of piece that's left over can't be recycled again. So let's cut it halfway, use it, and give it back to the milk man the next day. So some policies, stricter policies like these can actually help. Small change every day can make a big change later. So I think policymakers have to have a lot of strict policies which allows us to recycle. Incentives as other, DRS schemes have to be implemented back. There was DRS scheme back in Maharashtra, I was told, but it got discontinued because of various other reasons. But I think incentives, DRS schemes, awareness is very, very important because we already have a large problem at hand. So now we have to really work hard and solve this, because if we don't solve it now, it will be really, really late.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bose. To the point and also within the time. I'll now move to Mr. Dhaweji, and he pointed out an important aspect of CSR funding, which in current context go year by year, and many times impact of project is not it's not possible to show it within the year. Also, I mean, losing a lot of time in mobilizing the activity after the sanction for the project comes. So how do you think the financing, is there any novel financing method of financing such activities and projects?
One is that the corporates decide their plans a year in advance, and the plans are generally for 2 to 3 years, if not 4. I don't think they should take up plans unless they're supplying for a particular location for machinery purchase. Otherwise, if anything is related to segregation, waste workers, there should be minimum 3 to 4 years of plans. That will make sense. And incidentally, in Goa, we segregate 13 categories in the first round of segregation. And then the plastics are taken for another 4 rounds. And that's how the Godrej model works.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all the esteemed panelists, for providing brilliant discourse in such a short time. And if there's any burning question, because Professor Bose actually has to leave, his flight is scheduled around 5. So I would not like to detain him. Only questions, no suggestions at this point. Maybe we can discuss them later. Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Giri Sethi. I have one suggestion, not suggestion. The public awareness for good health, which kind of bottles is to use multiple times. I'm sure you must be aware of, you are the seniors. Each and every bottle, they have the resin identification code at the bottom of the. So that awareness is very important. I can use the plastic bottles. If you must have seen the Mazda bottle or the other bottles, people are using multiple times. And later on, the health issues are there.
Understood. Professor Bose, would you like to take this up?
Yeah, so I would say plastic is more abused than used currently. So those which are meant for single-use plastics, we tend to use it multiple times. So if a bottle is used single time and sent back to the recycler, we could have made a lot of new things with it. Maybe a bottle back. Singapore does it. But we can't do it. Our policies don't allow, food contact with recycled plastic just because we overuse them and we don't know how it is contaminated and we just mix it. So I think it's very safe to drink from a plastic bottle as long as you're using it single use. Drop it back, send it to a recycler, MRF will pick it up, and the jacket I'm wearing is made out of recycled PET. So this is how it happens. So as long as aggressive recycling is the only option left out now at the moment.
So quickly, your question?
Sir, for a municipal corporation where segregation is not done at the source, so at the, means when it is consolidated, then the manual segregation is a better option or a technology based?
So would you like to take this up?
Both of them work. And if it is a small town, I think the manual segregation works. And if it is a large town, like Goa has a plant, which is a 200 tons plant, where Salegaon, their mixed waste comes, and mixed waste is separated mechanically there. But if it is 5 tons, 4 tons, I think it makes sense to do it through the waste workers.
Yeah, just to add that, AI and IoT are helping a lot in sorting out plastic these days. As he said, if it is a large quantity, AI has a solution. And we have been trying to implement that in the academic world as well.
Sir, the problem is that when the no segregation is done, then even if it is a recyclable plastic, it is so much contaminated. How to tackle the problem of contamination if you talk about so high level of automations? Can AI/ML help in doing that level of deep problem solving?
So as I said, it can be, but there has to be a cultural change. So each time we use, for example, disposable food container, so let's try clean it and put it in the trash bin. So there has to be a cultural change as well on the consumer side.
Quickly.
My question is directed to Isha Madam, that she spoke about hub and spoke model, but the biggest problem is when you're aggregator. We are from Kachre Se Azadi Foundation. We are the largest aggregator in Baroda in villages, but there is no mechanism because when we send it to a recycler, transportation kills it. So the whole is that, is there any model where we can do sub-processing at the site? We are doing in 18 villages and we are the largest aggregator, again I'm saying, but again the transportation to the recycler kills it. So any solution for that?
So the problem you're saying is not unique. So for instance, in the Philippines, which is primarily, island states, and they have very small islands all over the country, which each island generates waste. So one of the ways that they are addressing, and it's not a commercial scale solution yet, but they are trying to put modular compacting facilities at each island because their problem is even bigger. They can't even transport on land. They have to transport by waterways, right? So they're trying to see if they can do the compaction at the source, and so that the volume is reduced, which means that they are able to make the economics work in some way, and then transport to the hub. So that is one of the ways where countries, for instance, island states, are trying to address.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, because of the shortage of time, we'll close it here. And thank you so much, all the panelists, for also adhering to the timelines which we had set for ourselves.
So thank you to all our panelists and our moderator, Dr. Sunil Pandey, for such an enriching and
So before we close, when I walked into this room with this flower vase, Naina ji loved a lot. So I would like to offer you the flower vase as a token of memento. So can I invite Smita to hand over the vase to her? Thank you.
So I thank everyone, and I now invite Rohan to introduce the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we move to the next session of the day, let's channel our energy into what promises to be one of the most exciting and inspiring sessions of the day, Innovating for Impact, Startup Stories in WASH. This isn't just a session. It's a celebration of innovation, resilience, and the power of entrepreneurship in addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges in water, sanitation, and hygiene. We are about to embark on a journey with trailblazing startups who have dared to think differently, build boldly, and make a lasting impact. The format is TED Talk style, designed to keep things crisp, dynamic, and deeply inspiring. The wash sector is at the heart of sustainable development. It's about dignity, health, and opportunity. Yet, it is also a sector where challenges are deeply entrenched and solutions require not just resources, but creativity and a human centered approach. The four startups we'll hear from today embody these ethos. They have not only identified gaps, but have also taken bold steps to fill them with technology, passion, and a relentless drive for change. To set the stage, we have the privilege of hearing from an incredible changemaker, someone whose work represents the spirit of innovation and empowerment. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Ms. Reema Nanavati, Director of Seva Bank. Ms. Nanavati has been a tireless advocate for women-led enterprises and sustainable development. She brings a wealth of knowledge and inspiration that will undoubtedly resonate with all of us today. She has joined us over Zoom call. So over to you, Ms. Nanavati ji.
Very much, and dear Naina and distinguished audience, I sincerely apologize, did not want to add to the terrible air pollution already Delhi is facing, and also that we all are working on climate action. So I am very grateful that you agreed to take me virtually. Today I speak here on behalf of Seva's 3 million members, all women workers in the informal economy of our country. At Seva, we have now extended WASH to integrate water, sanitation, energy, and climate action into the whole campaign. But let me start by saying that water has been an important resource for survival and also a key input for agriculture, industry, and maintenance of natural systems. The challenge of sustainable water use is particularly daunting for our country having burgeoning populations. Scarcity of these precious resources has been a critical issue facing the lives of the communities, especially women in the communities. The limited quantity and lack of clean drinking water, increasing contamination, irregular supply, and growing demand of water poses one of the key challenges to sustainable development and for the women to move out of poverty. Since majority of Seva members are from the rural areas and associated with agricultural activities as a source of livelihood, there is a need for well-developed wash infrastructure that would ensure good quality of water, access to better sanitation infrastructure, and both in adequate quantity and cleanliness. Lack of such facilities would adversely affect the productivity and livelihood of the women and the economic development of the region. Women are directly associated with WASH and its utilization, since they are the ones who make the most use of water for domestic, for hygiene purposes, and its use in livelihood activities such as agriculture. As a result, water directly affects a woman's work and income. In this context, it has been observed that the more time required to collect water, the less time available for productive and livelihood activities, and therefore linking up with microfinance becomes difficult. We call it the blue credit that is available to women. Traditionally, Seva's WASH campaign aimed at awareness creation and education of members, their families and communities at large about the consumption practices, storage, hygiene aspects, and the importance of effective management of water resources and the sanitation infrastructure. Today, we at Seva are increasingly thinking of income opportunities for women members through innovative WASH-related activities. How do you have WASH and climate entrepreneurs? Seva's Millennium Campaign has been in practice since 1994 on the demands of our members who consider water scarcity and lack of sanitation, therefore, the major factors affecting their lives. And therefore, women have been taking a lead in both environmental regeneration and ecological and economic regeneration by bringing wash to the villages through rejuvenating the ponds, wells, hand pumps, and constructing both sanitation and bathing units, but also bringing watershed development to have a holistic development. The message of Seva's Wash campaign is that wash is women's right as it directly affects their income, employment, and health. It has direct link to care activities that the women have to perform. The objective, therefore, are creating and reviving local level structures and providing interest-free loans for water harvesting, creating technical capacity in women through technical trainings, creating large-scale awareness and education on water quality, water conservation, and environmental protection, advocacy and mass awareness on women, wash, and work-related policies. The activities, therefore, carried out by the wash entrepreneurs and their communities they become the owners and managers of the program. This includes servicing of over 6,000 hand pumps by the barefoot technicians, reviving around 250 traditional water sources in the villages, building 11,000 plus rainwater harvesting structures, watershed development in over 25,000 acres of land, conducting awareness programs with village Gram Sabhas, rallies, celebration of Water and World Environment Day, and technical capacity building. As a result, 7,000 composite sanitation units have been constructed. Women are also managing piped water supply, stand ports, cattle trough, and bathing guards in the villages. Having addressed the issue of access to water regularly in the villages, this resulted into saving of time. This time saved is now used by women for decent livelihood. It has resulted into better health and nutrition. The next logical need of the women was not just for access to sanitation, but a proper toilet and a bathing unit also attached to it. Seva, under its wash campaign, took up this need. The village wash committees identified the households and were linked to the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan program. The households also had access to Blue Credit to construct the bathing rooms as well. The repayment was 100%. The village wash committees monitored regular usage of toilets and bathing units, managed the reuse of wastewater. Let me now say the innovation. The WASH campaign is now expanded to our Swachh Akash campaign. Having founded and registered in 1972 as a trade union by our founder Ila Bhatt, we not only completed our 50 years in April 2022, but also sowed the seeds for better earth and sustainability of Seva for another 50 years. Ila Bhatt challenged us, what is more important, the past 50 years or having a sustainable earth so that we all survive for the years to come? Our journey took a different kind of momentum. By July 2023, a well thought out strategy was formulated to combat climate crisis. We have named our collective thoughts, our collective efforts, and our collective campaign as the Seva's Swachh Akash campaign. The actions must converge to clean energy, clean land, clean air, clean water, and clean mindset, or simply put, building cleaner skies, or Swachh Akash. Discussions and findings within our members compel us to have a livelihood and lifestyle that is converging to a Swachh Akash and building an economy of nurturance. Therefore, the Swachh Akash campaign is Seva members' response to climate change for ensuring sustainable livelihood and ensuring sustainable earth. There is also an urgent need to recognize that this segment of the women are perhaps the most selfless contributors to sustainability of our planet. They waste nothing, they recycle everything possible, and their activities have the lowest possible carbon footprints. They are willing adopters of eco-friendly and green solutions and have no vested interest in activities that have high carbon footprints. Let me give some examples of be it the waste collectors or the agriculture workers or the rural workers. How do the waste collectors become waste recyclers? I was listening to the earlier panel. The waste recyclers members of Seva, some 30,000, do door-to-door collection. This is brought to the material recovery facilitation centers, and from there it goes to value creation centers. The waste is segregated, baled, and then dispatched to respective recycling units. Thus, the members are building their own supply chain where they are the collectors, the managers, the owners, and the recyclers, and moving up the value chain of waste. This brings not only decent and dignified livelihood, but they are also helping address the wash-related issues. Likewise, installing over 10,000 biogas units, creating hundreds of green villages and green shores, creating compost pits and compost fertilizers. The climate entrepreneurs are pioneering parametric climate insurance. They are also building up a climate risk management facility. Therefore, to end, I would like to say that some of the lessons which are emerging from the work of these entrepreneurs is that WASH is a women's area, and yet women are left out in all decision making about and around WASH and climate. WASH must be accessible to all women all the time, as there is a direct link between WASH and the care work, which is women's primary responsibility. WASH has to generate work for women. In fact, it has to become a women's sector. WASH must be using better technology that are in the hands of women. No man or woman must be in a position of indignity in this sector. WASH must find ways to have a smaller carbon footprint, but also a smaller water and waste footprint. Therefore, I'm very confident that WASH, under women's leadership, will innovate to not only conserve natural resources, but in fact, natural resources such as land, water, air, and bring a better, cleaner, and healthier environment for all of us and the future generations to survive. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thanks a lot, and patient hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Nanavati ji, for those powerful words. Now it's time to turn the spotlight onto our incredible lineup of startups, visionaries who are pushing boundaries in the WASH sector. Allow me to introduce them. Ms. Ulka Sadalkar. She is the CEO of Saraplast Private Limited, a pioneer in portable sanitation solutions. Saraplast is redefining how sanitation infrastructure can be both sustainable and inclusive. Mr. Vijay Gaur, General Manager at Gen Robotics. Gen Robotics is transforming how we approach sanitation work through robotic innovations, ensuring safety and dignity for our scavenging workers. Next, Ms. Namita Banka. She is the Managing Director of Banka Biolo Limited. They have been a leader in deploying eco-friendly, waterless sanitation solutions that address rural and urban sanitation needs alike. And lastly, Ms. Pooja Anand from the Founder's Office at Pedcare Labs. They are revolutionizing menstrual waste management with their unique approach to sustainability and hygiene. To everyone present here, as you listen to this story, I encourage you to think about the power of innovation in your own spheres of influence. Take notes, reflect, and get ready to engage with our speakers during the Q&A session. So you could speak. Without further delay, let's dive into these extraordinary stories. Our first speaker today is Ms. Ulka Sadalkar of Saraplast. Over to you, Ulka ji.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm representing Saraplast Private Limited. We are a sanitation company, essentially a portable sanitation company. When we first started in the year 2019, between 1999 and 2000, there was a huge gap of just toilets for anyone, not just women, but there was a huge gap of toilets. Even I remember when we used to travel from Pune to Mumbai, because the international airport was only in Mumbai, and there was no toilet available throughout the highway or within Bombay city for a commoner like me. And I had to really kind of, act or hide and walk into one of these 5-star hotels and, behave like I belong here and I am from this place and, don't want to be caught, don't want to be thrown. So it was a very non-dignified way of using a toilet. So it started then when, there was a shortage of toilets, and we thought, why not, give dignity to the job and also to the user, and that's how Saraplast was born, and we started our business in portable sanitation and providing toilets. In the year 2000, we were providing just toilets, and we have now moved on to providing maintenance to toilets, because we've realized, a clean toilet is the right of everyone, the poorest and the richest. We at our company believe that a toilet, even an e-toilet, requires regular maintenance. It can be a tin toilet, but without maintenance, it's non-usable. It can be a Swarovski toilet, but without maintenance, it's unusable. So we started working around, trying to service these toilets, because just providing toilets was not enough and people did not know what to do with it. And that's not where the job ended. So we took nearly 10 years to sell this model of, that we are toilet providers, we are service providers, because it was the last thing on everyone's budget. It was like, karo, jo bhi hai, mujhe mat batao, jo karna hai, karo. Whether it's a campsite, whether it's a wedding, whether it's a, music festival. Don't tell me about it, I don't want to know about it. People can take care of themselves, but now it's one of their main parts of their budget. Even with governments, we used to do this Palki Yatra in Pune. We're still doing it. It's about 8 to 10 lakh people traveling from Arandi to Pandharpur. It takes about 18 days, and they stop at around 22 villages. And you won't believe it, in the year 2005, when we approached the government, even the government was looking for a solution then, they found E. coli in the air. Now that was very alarming situation. So, at least the concept was there that sanitation needs to be provided, and it's an urgent need. We started with about 200 toilets for that event, even though it had 5 lakh people. But I'm happy to say now, every year the number of people has increased, it has never gone down. And I'm happy to say that, we're providing almost 2,000 toilets now per route, and altogether about 8,000 toilets are deployed in that region. And every year I see more urban people participating in this yatra. Every year I see younger girls and women participating in that yatra, and it has been, it allows even women and children to be part of, that whole gathering. It allows off public spaces. Malls and other places have got it right. They provide the toilets and food, and you spend 7 hours there and you don't even realize. So, but what about other public places where, women and children would like to be a part of it? And that's where we, are kind of moving towards that, where a clean toilet is available to anyone and wherever you go, even the remotest place. Our remotest place is an island in Andaman. It's called Neil Island. The toughest job was to take the toilet there, to ship the toilet there, because no regular ships go. There was no regular transport that goes there. But we still, with the help of sponsors, we put a toilet there, and it's operating, and it's the most used facility on that beach. And when we first started, it was, the whole story or concept around toilets is very serious and it's very depressing. So we had our challenges for, having vendors especially, who wanted to support us, or employees within our company who were very, they were ashamed to go home and say that they were working for a toilet company. To now where we've reached, they're very proud to be part of a toilet operating company. And we took a lot of effort to make it fun, to make it glamorous. If you see our toilets, they're bright pink, they're yellow and red, and they look vibrant. And we started doing these music festivals, and our employees started enjoying, going to these festivals and being a part of their sanitation, being their sanitation partner. Diljit Dosanjh is traveling, doing India tour, and I'm happy to say we're traveling along with him to all these cities. So we had to make it fun, glamorous, exciting to be part of, to even motivate people who work with us. And we have reached a point where we have a lot of vendors or partners who want to join hands with us. And every year, I would just like to sum up with, we started with just making toilets, then the next decade went in providing services, then, next 5 years went in collecting the waste. Now we're working towards collecting that waste and reusing that waste and generating energy out of that waste. So every year we are kind of, one step ahead to closing this loop in sanitation, and looking forward to a lot more years in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ulka. I would like to now invite Mr. Vijay Gaur from Chen Robotics.
Namaste. Yeah, thank you. Namaste to all, and I'm happy to be here to represent the company Chen Robotics. Most of us know about the company. This is what the innovation can do to the society and to the country. What I'm going to show is a really brilliant example of how the technology can transform the society and the social values also. So everybody was happy to know and understand that how we are reaching Moon and Mars and all that. The 4 engineers, Rashid, Arun, Vimal and Nikhil, thought how to clean the 20 feet down a hole in which a human being is entering till now. So this is the company which brought the solution to clean the manholes. So vision and mission, as I told you, this is to remove that patch on us, the darker side, that humans still entering into the manholes. So this is the journey. 2015, it started in the college with the exoskeleton model
of most of us know that Ironman model, we did it in 2015. And 2017, the Genrobotics company was founded. It was seed funded. Then 18, the first model 1.0 of the Bandicoot robot, which cleans the manhole, was launched. 2.0 was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. 2019, we got Amrit Award. Then this is a story where we got some fundings and we entered into different fields like oil and gas. Now we are entering into the medical sector and defense also. So we got the funding from Zoho, and this is the medical G-Gator. And we developed certain other products also. The portfolio expansion is still going on with 2024. So this was the problem area which the need was there to identify. This human, one of us entering into the manhole and up to his neck, he is into that sludge which we would not like to touch by the finger also. So this particular need was required, how to clean that. So this is the whole world story, not only in India, everywhere. The manual, this is the scavenging, manual scavenging is a patch on the society. Even then, the human deaths are also happening. To just for your knowledge, every 3 months, every small town, you think about any small town, will have one human death if there is a manual scavenging. So this was the solution, better efficient than man. This is the standy unit which is outside, and that is the drone unit which goes inside the manhole. It has got a robotic legs on which it moves, and there is a robotic hand designed as a human being. It has got robotic eyes like the camera, infrared night vision cameras are there, from where the top side, this is the same person who was as a manual scavenger working in some manhole. We trained them to become the robotic operator also. So that was the best part. So this unit goes inside, it cleans efficiently in 20 to 25 minutes, it cleans the entire manhole. 3 to 4 people take 3 to 4 hours to clean one manhole. So this takes only 25 minutes. So this is the technical part I told you in that it has got robotic eyes, robotic hands, and this is a complete drone unit which is made up of carbon fiber and super stainless steel. So there is no rusting problem because manholes contain all kind of acids and everything. So this was the inauguration picture. So this is the robust model what we have bought here. This is 100% automatic. One man can operate this. This machine comes out automatically, takes the sludge out from the manhole, and the sludge is deposited in the sludge box over here. It can be, it can go to the STP and it can come back. So this is the complete solution. Now what is happening nowadays, even if the manual scavenging is happening, the sludge is put on the road. You might have seen that. So, next day or after that, they collect that. So this is the total solution of no duplicacy of work. It is simple, convenient, fast and detachable. How it works? Can we have sound also? A little bit. This is how the drone unit goes inside. Fraction of seconds. The legs comes out. There is was poisonous gas sensors also, so that the man operator who's standing outside, we take care of health of that particular person who's standing outside also. This is robotic hands. He's watching from outside on the screen. All 4 cameras are working. This is how it cleans the manhole. Very efficiently. This is the robotic hand. It works like a human hand only. It can bring up to 125 kg of sludge in one go. Just once it dipped, can bring 125 kg out. This is collected. It comes here. And now this vehicle will go to STP after 4, 7 or 8 rounds. So this is the efficient manner of doing it. This can automatically come down also. So we have come up with an electric version also, where the smaller areas or housing societies, this is 100% solar, energy efficient model also. So these are some of the recent updates being inaugurated in Gorakhpur, Gurugram, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, lot many, Chennai, Ulhasnagar. More than 300 cities are working on this. We are trying to make the entire India 100% manual scavenging free. In Rajasthan, we have done it in 51 cities. 51 cities are 100% manual scavenging free and no manual deaths are happening there. So we are present in these many areas. So this is the transformation, what we are looking to the society. Impact, what we are talking about, this is the same person who was working as a manual scavenger is now a robotic operator. Now see the difference of the family also. His son is getting a robotic engineering degree. This is the transformation. So these are some workshops we are doing it with NSK-FDC under Namaste. We are trying to educate the people not to do the manual scavenging and do it on the machines. So this was about the product and impact. I hope it was efficient. Any other questions? Anybody would like to ask?
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
So when Gen Robotics. Sure.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
We'll have a separate Q&A session. I would like to invite now Ms. Namita Banka from Banka Bayalu.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Namita, and I would start with a small, like a game or something, where all of you all will close your eyes, and I will give a question to you all, and you all will think about it, and then we'll respond as to what we feel. Can we start? Yeah. Imagine tomorrow we get up in the morning not to find any water and toilet in our homes. Okay, I think we can now come up with an answer as to what did you all feel, the thought of not having toilet and water tomorrow morning. Whom are we going to call and what are we going to do? Quick one. Anybody? Scary, right? So that's the journey. That's the thought which made me really scared. So I'll start my presentation because I think that will give more visual, because my story is very beautiful sometimes, but I have nothing to show. When we started so I would like to also mention one thing. In 2013, exactly in the same place, I was standing and talking about the problem over there. So the problem that I was looking at was 67% open defecation. No toilets to 626 million people. Railways, pathetic, all shit falling on the tracks. And finally, water contamination. We had water, but not to drink. So that was the time when we started thinking, what are we doing? Urbanite will have 3 toilets, 4 toilets in their homes, and the rural had none. Why is it so? And my journey began that way. I'll also come to the next, what is the situation today? So we all know, we are 99% open defecation free country. That's a huge change. We have built more than 110 million toilets across India under Swachh Bharat. Indian Railways, it's a huge number. 215,000 bio-toilets built in all its trains at a cost of 15 billion USD. That's the change in India. And finally, water treatment is catching on because we were at 0 level. with no toilets, waste everywhere. So now the government is focusing a lot on water treatment. So of course, I will not go deeply into this, the causes and everything. But again, many people ask, how did we do it? Of course, it was the Swachh Bharat mission, nationwide awareness, CSR, new policies, funding, and finally adopting new technologies, which seemed impossible 10, 15 years ago. This graph clearly depicts the decline in open defecation. At least people have toilets, they know what toilet means and why it has to be done. So I'll just talk quickly about our impact, social and environmental, and which all SDGs we touch. Sorry. So this is where the company works on. It works mainly on clean water and sanitation. We try to bring a lot of gender equality because 50% of the women are facing issues with no toilets. Of course, education, because a lot of promotion of toilets in schools. We have labor camps. The participations of women in managing the trains, managing the toilets in train has increased since last few years. And of course, we give quite a decent workforce. We have about 1,100, which is now, they look like this. They're all our technicians. And we have been covered and we have been done, independent assessments have been done by different organizations on the work we have done. So matrix, when I talk about, so many times people like about 3-4 years just ask me, what's a matrix, what's a matrix? Finally, we have come up with some matrix and we are able to measure them. So how many people have access to toilets? So we have almost 80,000 people, what we have directly impacted. We have clean toilets. This is again, we're talking about numbers in Indian Railways, which has definitely increased in last 10 years. Employment generated, we have almost 1,000 employees directly working with us. We have water treated and recycled almost 2,000 million liters in last 3 years. We have sludge treated in our FSTPs, about 13,000, and number of trucks that we have emptied is 3,500. As a company, we were established in 2012. We are a listed company. We listed in 2019. We wanted funds, and we just found a way where NSC helped us raise that fund. Of course, we have one patent. We have built thousands of biotoilets. We have executed number of O&Ms, and lots of pilots we have done. Our clients are very major clients at Indian Railways, corporates, government, and individuals, where we pack them different solutions and pack it and give it to them. All equal to toilet and clean water. So these are some amazing partners we have, amazing commitments we have, and amazing clients we have. So these are a quick look on our products. Of course, the fecal sludge treatment plants are very unique, using geotube, which are very, very successful. Biotoilet, definitely 12 years down the line, it's DRDO technology, but we have been implementing it very successful. Our O&M contracts in Indian Railways, and finally the grey water and reuse systems that we have. And as we were talking in the previous session about plastic technology, I believe there is no straightforward rule that we have to do it this way or that way. Whatever model you want to adopt, you should adopt. That should be the industry's outlook. For example, government said we want HAM. Okay, we will do it HAM. You want boot, we'll do it boot. You want EPC, we'll do it EPC. Whatever model suits, as long as our product and services reach the users and the clients, is most important for us. So we have actually developed many of them. Many people get very confused. Oh my God, you're doing so many things. It's nothing, it's all copy-paste. It doesn't take time. So we are almost located in many states, and we worked across 22 states. Our financials have been okay after COVID. We have done 5.2 million in 2021, then 6, and this year we're targeting about 11 million. Of course, we have a robust growth because we have backed up with orders and a robust strategy plan. So this is our net profit is very bad last year, but we hope to pick it up again. So we have a very strong board. We have 4 people as executive directors, and we have 4 very, very strong independent directors who guide us on compliances, guide us on policies, and also keep the company on track. This is a huge team. Of course, market and all, I will not talk. So that's it from my side. And anything else you'll want to know, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Namita. I would like to now invite Pooja Anand from PadCare Labs.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Pooja. I'm representing PadCare today. Unfortunately, our founder CEO couldn't be here today, but I hope I can convince you all about his story and share how PadCare really started. So first of all, at PadCare, we have built the world's first recycling machine that processes used sanitary pads. We established 6 years ago, but I'd like to rewind a little bit and tell you all about how Ajinkya really started PadCare. Ajinkya is from a small town, Raigad in Maharashtra, and heavily influenced by his mother, who was very involved in social work, volunteering in NGOs, and that kind of sat in Ajinkya's head, the thought of doing something good for society. He was a very curious child. I'm sure all of us have seen the Whisper ad on TV, right? There's a woman just jumping, dancing around, and there's some blue liquid everywhere. And as a kid, it's a very confusing ad. He very openly asked his parents, and they built that sort of an environment for him where that curiosity was accepted. And with that curiosity, he took it with him as he grew. And during college, he decided that this was something he wanted to build something on his own. He was asking questions nobody else was, and he was all the time in the lab trying to build something, get his hands dirty. He did join a 9-to-5 job, but soon he realized that wasn't working for him. In the pursuit of starting something of his own, he visited a landfill in Pune, where he saw that these waste workers were manually segregating sanitary pads with their bare hands. As he dug a little deeper into this, he realized that this was a huge problem that nobody was answering in India, especially. Traditionally, sanitary pads were getting incinerated or ending up in a landfill. And I'm sure we all know that incineration involves the burning of the sanitary pads, which releases a lot of harmful gases. And because of the plastic component in sanitary pads, they remain in landfills for up to 800 years. So what that means is the first ever used sanitary pad is still in our ecosystem. He got into developing an alternate disposal mechanism for sanitary pads. That's when he was joined by Asaveri and Srinivas, who helped him develop this machine. And after a lot of R&D, lot of iterations, 3 years later, PadCare X was born, the world's first recycling machine for sanitary pads. We started off with just a small machine that could be placed inside washroom cubicles. We moved to a 100 kg per day machine, which eventually moved to a 1.5 metric ton per day machine. And a little bit about the work we do at PadCare. So we provide menstrual hygiene management as a service to organizations. We place our own PadCare bins in these female washrooms. And as I said, we provide a service. So we go to your premises and collect the used pads from your premises and get it back to our centralized recycling unit. And at PadCare, it's not just a recycling technology that we've developed. We're looking to solve the problem holistically,
right? So there is a huge gap of awareness where women still hesitate to talk about menstrual health and hygiene. So at any of our clientele locations, we provide awareness sessions, sustainability booths to make it a topic that's more spoken about. Apart from just commercial setups, we're also present in housing societies. We're looking to work with communities to establish that supply chain, because currently nobody is even segregating sanitary pads the right way. And the ecosystem has been a huge supporter of pad care. This is a taboo topic. When anybody talks about sanitary pads, people get uncomfortable. But through the support of the ecosystem, we were supported by Anand Mahindra sir, Sudha Murthy ma'am. They gave us that push to really go for it. Apart from that, we've been lucky to also have an amazing team of passionate and young individuals. We're currently touching around 100 plus employees, present in almost 23 cities across India. We've recycled almost 50 lakhs sanitary pads and conserved almost 250 plus metric tons of CO2 equivalent. But this is just the beginning of pad care. So we established 6 years ago, and currently we have one recycling unit in Pune. Soon we hope to set up multiple units across India. As I said, partner with governments as well in order to do so. Apart from just the Indian context, this is a global problem. All around the world, no one is looking to address the waste that is getting generated through sanitary pads, right? In India alone, there are 12 billion sanitary pads being generated every year. Soon, our next steps for pad care would be establishing ourselves in India, setting up multiple plants, and also take this solution globally. As I said, we're just scratching the surface. We hope to continue doing this and breaking norms, doing things no one else has ever done before. And yeah, that's a little bit about pad care, and happy to connect with everyone one-on-one post this.
Thank you, Pooja. And thank you all for sharing these inspiring stories of innovation and impact in wash sector. Now I'll quickly open for a Q&A session if you guys have any questions for our founders or the team. Yeah. Can you, all of them, come here? Can you have the mic? Do you have any questions? Ma'am, you had some. Can you?
Gen Robotics. So when you first started your journey, I thought the most exciting part of your journey was with regards to, when I heard it from Rashid, he told me that when he first started, the cost of your machine was exorbitant, and you first tried to sell it to ULBs. Tell us what happened, because I think it's quite interesting that.
Yeah, so developing a product like that in India was itself a very great challenge. And for the students, I mean, just who are engineering pass out or doing the engineering, the financial constraints and all that, all 8 to 9 team members were sleeping in the same room on a simple mat, and we were finding out the food points where we can discount. So that was a very, very difficult time, but my message to all the startups is that the time rolls out and you should not leave the great idea what you have. So live with the idea, the message is like that. And you can see as you have seen the video and all that. So this is the scale up what we have done. We have got some awards also from Nana Kadwai ma'am. Yeah. So, and it's a great journey. We were facing a lot of difficulties to sell. You know, the first 5 lakh rupees was a very big caution for us. It was very difficult to get 5 lakh rupees. People were asking for the stake in the company, and we were forced to give that. We collectively completed some 1,50,000 rupees. We did that. So this was a great journey, and selling a product like robot into a municipal corporation was, even today it's a very great challenge. They don't think on that line. So we can go to any municipal corporation, whatever they say that they are not doing the manual scavenging, it's happening there. Because people are dying. You can see the news headlines in Delhi newspapers. People are dying in Delhi itself. So my message is that technology is going to change the world, and we should welcome that. And this is a solution what we have given, not only to the ULBs, to the people and to the families of the people. So we were not able to sell that first machine. It was very, very difficult to sell that, how to get that first 4-5 lakh rupees of money to sell that machine. Today, though, we are doing more than 350 cities, pan-India, manual scavenging free. So it's a very, you can see how the company can grow, how your startup idea can grow. This is the best, what I feel, what in my tenure I have seen any startup going like that. There are many, but into social sector, yes. Yeah, that is the very important question. Few days back, there were 3 deaths in Fatehpur in Rajasthan. So the collector called me and he said that when the solutions like Bandicoot are available, why people are dying in manhole? And that particular operation maintenance is done by a very big company of India, technological company of India. So I asked the same question what you asked, sir, to the head of that state, of that company. He said that we have compensated. How can you compensate a father to a son, a husband to a wife? How can you compensate? You can compensate 30 lakh rupees, what Supreme Court has said. But to compensate a life, so we are working on that human factor. The basic idea to work to stand this company is that human factor. Thank you.
Great. But I have to maybe add one more thing that Rashid had told me. He said, when they started with that first machine, and he went to the ULB to sell it, the question that the ULB head asked him at that point of time is, why do I need your machine? I have got human beings. So from that to the journey that they have made right now is still a big step.
Yes, you're right, ma'am.
Amazing journey. Do you have any questions?
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations on good work and very nice, talk that you actually provided here. We also take a pride in you in a very special way that each one of you has been an IC awardee. I think except Patcare who won it in 2020, each one of you has actually won it in 2019. So yeah, and my question to Mr. Vijay Gaur. So how do you, because I'm quite familiar with the way a Bandicoot came into being and all your entire struggle and the entire story. How do you compare yourself with the existing jetting machine, suction machine, and the desitting machine, which is also in practice as of now in multiple ULBs, and also with the fact that Surinas is another startup which has come up well in the sector. So how do you position yourself going forward from here? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, just to make you understand a little bit in one line, how the manhole works. There is a manhole like this shape. You might have seen the lid on that, but from the if you go down the road, it is in a shoe shape or rectangular. It differs city to city. Then there is a pipeline which is going from one manhole to another manhole. So every manhole has got a distance of 30 meters approximately. It can be more or less, but this is the normal distance. So what happens? The house waste, the house pipe from our home comes to this manhole. And the jetting addresses the sludge which is in between the line. So actually the waste comes from the house to the manhole. If the manhole is clean, it will not go to the pipeline. So jetting requirement comes when the manhole is not clean and the sludge moves into the manhole to manhole line. So this is the answer for the jetting. Now suction also on the similar. Suction can suck up only the sludge which can be liquidified or semi-liquid like sort of that. But the normal practice what happens in India, now you listen to this is very interesting. You will find the major manhole blockages happening in the area where the restaurants are there. Why? Because in the night time all the vegetable sludge in their pantry or in their kitchen and maida we all understand, it goes into the manhole. How? They open the lid and put it into that. All the cooler pads after summers goes into that. In Jaipur, we are making at least 25 to 30 animal carcass out from the manholes daily basis. How the animal can go inside? So that is, it's cut, the carcass is put into that. That is the easy way to put the waste. Why all this waste is not coming into that vehicle, the municipal vehicle? This is the reason, because people put into that. And if the maida is there for say 10 to 7 days into any water body, if I put 1 spoon of maida here, in 7 days it will become a solid rock. That's why people have, these digestive tablets after having meal of maida. That is the reason. So it is, that is the reason why all these reasons are there. We are getting more blockages in, and this robot is designed after years of research. What kind of waste is there in the manholes. So this is designed by the robotic hand. If there is a nariyal, if I talk about the south, so it can hold that nariyal and can bring it out into the robotic bucket, and 125 kg of that weight can be put out in one go. And if time allows me, I can show hundreds of videos of all the states, cooler pads coming out. There are roots of trees which goes into the manhole, and they gradually slips into the main pipeline and blocks it. So this is working on the pneumatics. This is not working on hydraulics. So it has got enormous power to bring things out. So it can bring those roots also out from the trees. That's why this is the most robust. Sometimes you may need this jetting and all that. So we have come up with the models. Where one truck unit is having the jetting, suction and robot also fitted on that. So all in all, solutions have also come.
It's just one small question. This drain cleaning machine and the manhole cleaning machine is the same or different? Because in the hotels, we have the drain cleaning machine. The Rothenberg, you must have heard this, familiar with this name, the German company. They have the drain cleaning machine. They drill and any hard material or they crush and clean it.
Yeah, basically these are, both things are different. Manhole cleaning robot, eventually if you see any manhole in one time, if repetition of work is not done, it brings 400 to 500 kg of sludge out in one go. So this is the general phenomenon I'm telling you about. So that what you are talking about, sir, is that there is a blade system on that. It goes into the small drains like our home drains and little big drains, and it cleans off the vegetable waste and all that. That eventually that goes into the manhole, because that pipe is also going to the manhole. That is the major problem in India. I'm talking about the problem is in the manhole. Why so much of sludge is there? And even our people are not educated. If you get a new connection, people cut the pipe into that, and the pipe is also there, which cannot be brought out either by the jetting or it cannot be brought out by the suction system also. Like shoes, you will find rocks. So this machine is capable to bring, this robot Bandicoot is capable to bring everything out.
Well, thank you. A big thank you to all the speakers for not just innovating, but for inspiring us to think bigger and act bolder. The stories are testament to the transformative power, entrepreneurship, and innovation in addressing WASH challenges. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
You have to change the names? Acha, Thank you very much.
Big thank you to all the speakers.
Thank you.
As we transition to the next session, I would like to announce one of the important milestones in our collective journey to address one of the most critical challenges in WASH sector, which is access to financial resource. We often speak about innovation in technology, infrastructure, and behavior change. But what truly fuels these efforts is access to tailored financial solutions. With this, it gives me immense pride and excitement to introduce a groundbreaking initiative that aims to bridge this gap. Now we announce the Financial Resource Marketplace for the WASH ecosystem. This platform is more than just a tool. It's a dynamic ecosystem designed to connect decentralized WASH players with banks, NBFCs, impact investors, and other financial institutions. We visualize this marketplace as a game changer for WASH sector, unlocking much needed capital to scale up solutions that drive health, dignity, and economic opportunity. To help us better understand this initiative, we have prepared a short video that highlights the marketplace vision, functionality, and impact. Let's take a moment to watch and immerse ourselves.
Millions of WASH projects are waiting to make a difference, but funding remains out of reach. Grassroots players lack access to financial support, and lenders on the other side struggle to identify credible, impactful projects. The result? A gap that holds back progress. Not anymore. The WASH Financial and Resource Marketplace emerges as the much-needed solution, a first-of-its-kind digital platform designed to bridge this gap and empower stakeholders. For borrowers, it means easy access to tailored financial solutions. For lenders, it's a transparent way to discover credible projects. For corporates, it opens doors to partnerships that deliver meaningful impact. For government-led initiatives, the platform offers a powerful way to foster public-private partnerships, combining strengths to drive impactful WASH projects. Here's how it works. Borrowers create profiles to showcase their projects and their funding needs. Lenders list financial products with details like interest rates and eligibility. The platform matches them, creating seamless connections that work for everyone. Developed by the India Sanitation Coalition, this platform embodies our vision of a future where innovation and collaboration transform the WASH sector. It's not just about bridging a gap, it's about creating a foundation for lasting impact. Together, we can empower communities, advance government-led initiative, drive meaningful change, and unlock the full potential of WASH initiatives. The journey has begun, and the future is within reach.
Thank you so much. We are excited to share that we have created a form to gather expressions of interest from the borrowers, startups, and financial lenders who are working in WASH sector. We'll display it here on the screen, the QR code. Please do take a few moments and fill it out. That will help us to gather more expressions of interest here. Now let's moving on to the next session, right, which is a very relevant session, bridging financial gaps in WASH. In the world of water, sanitation, and hygiene, finance is the backbone that turns aspirations into action. But we know that the road of financing a WASH project is filled with challenges. We have high interest rates, perceived risk, complex capital structure that often stands within the way of progress. Today we are here to address these hurdles. Guiding today's conversation, I would like to invite our esteemed moderator, Ms. Ragini Chaudhary, Senior Advisor at Caspian. With her extensive experience in impact finance and development, Ragini is the perfect person to lead the discussion to bring out the best insights from our panelists. I'd like to call up the next line of stellar panels. Ms. Bonani Roy Chaudhary, Managing Director, NAB Samruddhi Finance. Bonani has been a key player in finance development initiative, and her insights on empowering WASH entrepreneurs are invaluable. Mr. Srihari Kulkarni, Chief Risk Officer, UC Inclusive. Srihari is an expert in managing financial risk for inclusive business, and he will shed light on de-risking strategies for WASH. Mr. Karthikeya Desai, Founder, CEO, Desai & Associate. With a deep understanding of capital structuring, Karthikeya will share strategies to bridge financial gaps in WASH projects. Mr. Sudhir Arya, from Director of Financial Institution Partnerships, Water.org. Sudhir has been instrumental in designing innovative financial solutions that improve access to clean water and sanitation. So without further delay, let's begin this critical discussion. Over to you, Ms. Ragini, to kick things off.
Good afternoon, everybody. We know we are standing between you and your tea, so we'll try to make it engaging and interesting. So as you would have seen in the deliberation in last 2 days, that WASH is a very, very complex sector, and you would have seen that it's not only about behavior change, it is also about technology, it is about gender, it is about climate, it is a lot of things, and hence innovation is required, as we saw, and my congratulations to all the startups who are here. They are like fantastic ideas at work. But all these fantastic ideas plus the efforts needs financing, and that's what we are going to discuss today. And my first question to all the panelists would be to talk about their role in this ecosystem. So I'm just going to take a 2 minutes opportunity to talk about the institution that I come from, that is Caspian Debt. We are an impact debt funder, and we've been active in WASH space for a long time. We've partnered with a lot of ecosystem players to source and find the right investing opportunities. We must have evaluated over hundreds of organizations, but we've been able to fund only a few. And we have around few active loans, and some of the difficult loans have been in this sector. So it talks about how complex this sector is. We will delve into more of these complexities as we go forward. But I would like to start from my right. Sudhir, if you would like to talk about this.
Yeah, thank you, Ragini, and good evening, everyone. And thank you for inviting Water.org to this forum. And I think when announcement was happening for this last panel, one of the important aspects, but that comes at the last finance. I think we need to keep everything ready and then need to see whether we do have finance with us or not. So that's the classic way, how the Water.org also started its journey 30 years before, when Gary White, thought of how can we solve the problem, especially at the base of the economic pyramid, and how can we break the barriers between the base of the economic pyramid people and the finance. And that's where this whole journey started with the model called water credit. Water credit, and it's long back, 2004, the model started in India only, where we were looking forward to, work with the micro-lending institutions. How can we support the people, in need who are economically active people? So it would be, not right to call the poor people, because they are economically active and they do have the repayment capacity. So how can we bring in the products around water and sanitation? Because earlier it was, mainly for the economic activities. The loans were given, but not for the WASH activities. So that's where this whole story came into the existence. The pilot has been done, and fortunately we could convince the microfinance institutions, then subsequently to banks, they should have the water and sanitation loan products. and this product has gone to the last mile. And then journey started with banks and slowly to impact investors and to other entities as well. In total, if we see around $6 billion, that much investment has been done by our partners. And if I talk about India, it's close to 1.6 billion. And one side of it was the microfinance institutions, banks, but at the same time, we thought like how the journey progresses. So then we have gone to the capital market, the capital investors, because in one of the meeting, many of our partners, and especially I would like to talk about the Credit Access Grameen, one of the largest microfinance institution. They have come up and said like we don't have the dedicated capital for WASH. We have for Agri, PSL and others. What can we do around it? And that was the time our sister concern Water Equity has came into the picture, and till today almost around $460 million has been disbursed, and around 50% of that has been deployed in India. But again, if we look back in today's world, SDG 6, almost around 124 billion that is needed to solve the problem. And beautiful video that has just shown that shows like, there's a huge demand, but what is the supply? It's not even more than 1/3 of it. So then we reached out to, partner institutions, especially NABARD, and we're thankful to Dr. Chintala and Bonani ma'am, like who has agreed to the idea, and we came up with the refinance scheme of $114 million just for the microfinance institutions and even small finance banks and banks. So that's where the capital has started flowing in. So I'm trying to, capture the journey, how we have, moved from household financing, then it goes on the MSMEs. Because we just heard the great people, who talked about, and we saw there is a huge demand, almost 20,000 crore, what is the demand for I'm talking about the WASH MSMEs, those are almost 15,000 in numbers as per, the one of the study that we did along with Dalberg. Overall, almost around 200,000 MSMEs. And then we found like even 16% of this 20,000 has not been formally met. Then we again partnered with the capital investment like NAB Samriddhi, and of course, Ragini must remember the agreement we signed, like, okay, we will bring in $10 million just for the MSME market. And similarly, DBS Bank and others. And we are working with ASCI, that is Administrative Staff College of India. In fact, while we are speaking, tomorrow onwards, there are 2 days training program we are working on. So we are bringing in cohorts. And definitely maybe we can talk later part around the climate and gender. But we even, approached and encouraged the women-led enterprises in the process. So that was our journey from household financing to facilitate the MSME financing, and then moving forward, going for the infrastructure and the utilities. And I'm glad, on behalf of one of the sister concern company, Water Connect, we have just closed $100 million fund, and we are pretty much open. This is just directly connected with the Water Connect, but I can pass on their message. They are open for inviting the projects, especially in the infrastructure. So that's how, this 6 billion has been deployed by the partners. And definitely we are, looking forward, how can we support the overall ecosystem? So another, work that we do, we work with the ministries and state governments as well, especially SRLM. We are the sector partner for Ministry of Jal Shakti, but the SRLM plays a significant role while extending the water and sanitation facilities to the household. So we are working with a couple of SRLMs, including Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Odisha, who are playing a significant role to extending wash facilities at the last mile. So during the process, when we were bringing in more and more capital for the household financing, the one magic that has happened on the priority sector lending, and definitely it was with the efforts of the similar-minded stakeholders, a lot of us has come together, and WASH has come into the priority sector lending in 2005. So that was one of the game changer, and the fortune works in your favor, and all of a sudden we got the Swachh Bharat mission and then Jal Jeevan mission. So tailwinds really helped us. So as of now, if I talk about the momentum, the demand is huge, as I mentioned, like almost 124 billion. But if we talk about even India, that demand goes somewhere around 192 billion by 2030 for SDG 6. But every year, almost with the help of Water.org partners, close to 400 million that is being deployed. So we'll talk more. Maybe I should not take more time, as Ragini already, around we are between going home and between the last panel. So broadly, that's our journey has been. Ragini would love to talk more, and we are thankful to our partners in the process. Of course, Karthik is here, and you see inclusive as well. Thank you.
Sure,
Thank you, Ragini, and thanks, Sudhir, for actually setting the context for me. So I'll take it from where we left off. And thank you to India Sanitation Coalition for the invite, indeed an honor. So basically, for those who are unacquainted, NAB Samruddhi Finance Limited is a NBFC subsidiary of NABARD. So we may primarily operate in the B2B mode, that is, we give wholesale loans to other financial institutions for different social as well as economic causes, and we have a ESG focus. So in 2022, we actually repositioned our strategy where we brought in green and wellness finance as our core product, as a focus area, under which WASH emerged as the champion segment over the last 3 years. And that happened because primarily due to two reasons. One was because NABARD came with the special concessionary refinance, which we could pass on to our partners. So that was a motivation. And secondly, of course, our MOU with Water.org, which we signed soon after in February 22. So all our learnings, our knowledge, everything came because of Water.org, all the exposure. And we could actually take that support because we are essentially a financier. So for us to build the market alone is difficult. So we took the help of Water.org and we created the market. And when we started off, we had just I think 15 crore of WASH financing to 3 partners. Today we have almost 400 crore to 34 partners, and we could bring in at least 6 new entities into the WASH fold who were not doing WASH earlier. The technical support came from Water.org and our other stakeholders, and we could build that capacity, and later on NABARD came into it. We could build a lot of capacity so that we can do this financing. And while financing this WASH, generic WASH, which was toilets and piped water connection, and we knew that women were absolutely central to it. I won't touch on it because Rima Nanavati has given an excellent connect with the connect of WASH and climate with women. So what we realized is that there is a very intricate interconnected between climate change and unsafe WASH. So we could see structures that cannot sustain, and we could see sustain that like structures which could actually damage. So we'll I think there will be some discussion on that later, but based on our studies and our learnings from the field, we actually developed a holistic program, the Climate Ready WASH Funding Program, where we address both the demand and the supply side. So the demand side came from the households, like Sudhir was saying, microfinance institutions, where the loans were going to women for WASH. They were very proud of it, and they were central. So other loans they could pass on to their spouses, income generating loan, but WASH loan they treated absolutely as their own, and therefore even the recovery in WASH loans we found to be better than the other loans. One factor. Secondly, we found that definitely WASH loans was helping them more, so they were very grateful for it. It totally changed, transformed their lives, brought in quality of life. But climate change was affecting this, and therefore this program it addresses the needs of the households, the enterprises, as this from the supply side as well. So we look at it in a very holistic, comprehensive manner, and in that we are working through the partnership model as well. All of us here are getting into this. So more on that later, but it's been an incredible journey, and we got awarded yesterday for this Climate Ready WASH program. Very grateful and honored for that. And with all of your support, I think we will take it much further. It's a long, long, long way to go. Thank you so much.
I really like the way it has turned out, from the, and of course we ourselves are partners of both NAB Samruddhi and Water.org.
Sure. Thanks to the ISC team for inviting us here.
I come from UC Inclusive Credit. We are basically a NBFC which commenced operations in 2019. And our core sectors are basically impact sectors, which includes financial inclusion, WASH, clean energy, education, healthcare, these sectors. And we have built a portfolio of around 860 odd crores so far in the past 5 years. We have fantastic partners who have helped us a lot. We in fact took a lot of inputs from Caspian about getting into this wholesale lending space for impact sectors because they were one of the first ones in the country. On our lenders side, we have around 35 lenders now, and including Bonani ma'am, Nabsamruddhi. So we have SIDBI, we have DFC, we have small finance banks, we have commercial banks.
The first WASH loan to use.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah.
Definitely.
So WASH remains still, a small portion. We would definitely like to grow it big because the other sectors, impact sectors, have scaled up quite fast in our portfolio.
I think we should discuss that in the next question.
Yeah. But WASH, we have been, I would not like to put the blame on the sector or, we ourselves are trying to figure out what would be the best option. We basically work with startups and early stage entities. Having said that, early stage entities and startups which could have EBITDA level losses, which may not be earning profits, but they should clearly have a path to profit and they should be backed by institutional investors. So this is our way of de-risking. So we are a 41 team, strong team based out of Bangalore, and clients are all across the country, and proud to be associated with entities on the dais, across the dais. So yeah, that's about. We came from the Unitas Capital fraternity. So the UC in UC Inclusive Credit is Unitas Capital. Unitas Capital is India's largest investment banker in terms of number of equity deals done in a year. So for the past 7 years in a row, we have been India's largest in terms of number of deals done. So we have raised more than $3.5 billion of equity and debt. 75-80% of this happens to be equity, 20% is debt. And we have come across interesting business models. As Ragini ma'am rightly pointed out, for every entity that you end up working with, you would have at least gone through at least 5-6 times more number of deals. So yeah, happy to be part of this.
Great. So Karthika,
Sure, thank you.
Very interesting to hear what you are doing here in WhatsApp, because we are direct or indirectly lending.
Exactly. So I'm the only person on this panel who's not giving money out. So afterwards, keep that. But I was an investor. I worked in impact investment for about 20 years as an equity impact investor, making investments in different sectors, including a couple of them in waste management, which I can talk about. But the interest really became in advising other funds of different types, not just for-profit commercial funds, but philanthropies and public finance institutions, and working on this area, which many of you must have heard about, called blended finance. And as the name suggests, how do you mix different types of capital? Because at one end you have commercial funding, and even if we call ourselves impact funders, which all of us are, equity or debt, it still has to be underwritten as per commercial principles. That's what it is. And in equity, at least, that's a 25% IRR requirement. And at the other end, you have philanthropy, which is wonderful. But that's a 0% return requirement. So if you have a good social business that's generating 10%, 15% IRR, internal rate of return, it actually can't get funded on either side. And that's tragedy. So blended finance tries to kind of figure this out and say, how do you use concessional capital or capital that's not seeking a return, philanthropy and the government's money, and use that to crowd in more private capital because of all these capital gaps that we have, 100 billion, trillions they talked about at COP. Where's all this extra money going to come from? From the private sector. Why would the private sector build it in? Because you can do some of that de-risking. So my firm, I work at a firm called Desai & Associates. That's pretty much all we do. We do financial structuring and advisory for different development sectors on innovative finance. This includes research. So we've published a pretty detailed research, that I'm happy to share with everybody, with the Asian Venture Philanthropy Network, kind of landscaping the whole private investment landscape in WASH along with other partners like KPMG. It was for Mahua under the SWASI program. So we do research. And that research identified several business model challenges, which we can talk about. And then we create financial structures out of it. And if I can mention, some of the main ones that one is working on are in WASH with the partners sitting at this dais, which is how do you take commercial capital from the likes of NAB Samruddhi, bring in concessional capital, and most importantly, this is the one thing people forget, it's the project management unit. It's the operational support that's needed to support the enterprises. It's not just a dance between concessional and commercial capital, but there's a third leg to it, which is the actual operational lens. And we can talk a bit more about that when we talk about how blended finance works. But that's what I do.
Great. So we will, the next question I have is that what makes WASH enterprises more investable? Because all of us here have evaluated several of them, but like you mentioned, even our funding in that space is much lower than what we would like it to be. So maybe I could start from this side, and you can bring in your equity experience, and we can go.
Sure. I mean, so the reality is, we can start with first what makes them not investable, and how do we address that. So WASH enterprises face all the major business model challenges. They operate on thin margins. They require behavioral change. They have CapEx requirements often. If they're early stage, they have technology risk. If they're later stage, they'll have working capital. So it's a very difficult sector because investors look objectively across sectors. Education, healthcare, financial services, and so on. So on a relative basis, it's difficult. But the biggest difficulty, actually, if I can say, this is at least my subjective view, comes from their deep involvement in the public space with the government as the procurer. And we can segment that into kind of 4 issues, right? One is the transparency in tendering, right? So there's no standardized processes, payment consistency by ULBs, the overall regulatory framework and delays. So if you have model concessionaire agreements, that can work. We have a beautiful case study in Indore, which became India's successful case study for waste management, and policy divergence between different things. So many investors, correctly or incorrectly, are just wary to invest in WASH. Secondly, WASH is actually multiple sectors. So if you just take 3 areas, right? Sanitation, used water treatment, and solid waste. And within each, you've got different segments. And we don't need to say anything. Some of the best companies are sitting right here in front of us. When I was at Avishkar, we had invested in Saraplast, and Banka Bailu is a very well-known company, and the one that's doing, I don't know, Sir is not here, but the mechanization of the workers in the sewage treatment. I'll just briefly mention about waste management. So I invested in NEPRA, which many of you guys would have heard about, pretty large waste management company, and Sahas. And this was quite some time ago when I was working at Asha Impact, maybe 2015, 16, so 10 years ago. These guys are not doing anything that special, but they're just very good at executing, and the public sector policy tailwinds were in their favor. As someone mentioned earlier, Swachh Bharat. So people started recycling at source. So that created an opportunity. EPR regulations created an upside for a little bit of more money. The National Green Tribunal created downside protection because then bulk waste generators were getting punished. So you had these nice little macro factors going on, but ultimately you had really good executors. They took technology, which is fairly basic, a material recycling facility. It's basically just a shed with some mechanized trolleys and all of that. And then they put some advanced technology in front of it, in this case focused on plastic. And they created a nice value addition. So that company has done really well. But the same thing has not happened in other sectors. So these are all the business model challenges, but it is possible to find good companies. But I'll reinforce what Srihari said, which is, you have to be very blunt, investors sometimes, we have a very limited risk appetite.
Correct.
And
as debt even lesser.
Debt is even lesser, but even in equity. So, it was very difficult to convince our investment committee to support this company. They said, this high working capital, not every city is going to be like an Indore. So you really have to get into the weeds, and you need committed long-term patient capital to support these businesses, because you're not going to have immediately unicorns emerging, but mid-sized companies. So a lot of it has to do with just investor expectations.
Go ahead.
In fact, Karthikeya has given a pretty exhaustive list of factors. What we like about WASH definitely is the impact that it has on a large number of people. Absolutely. What we find tough in terms of looking at this sector is especially the tendency to pay for the service. I mean, water was taken for granted. It is only now that, you take a bottle from railway platforms and, from anywhere, and you take a little bottle, and the tendency to pay has come in only recently. Otherwise, wash was always bogged down by, why should I pay for water, drinking water? Drinking water is supposed to be, or Pauranic, this one is, unless if you don't give water to a stranger, you're doing a big sin, so why should you charge for water? So is the case with wastewater treatment, because when I wash utensils at home, I mean, not me, of course, I don't know the impact that it is going to have somewhere down the line, it is for someone else to worry about, right? I don't even have the perspective of what exactly it means to have for a common citizen. So the visibility, as Karthikeya rightly pointed out, it is so many sectors into one. Wash, this segment itself. Karthikeya was looking at me when I was with OMC Par earlier, when he was with Asha Impact. So even ability to pay for electricity in the rural areas. We were basically an off-grid service provider. So this basically really scares us. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Earlier, the entrepreneurs were always having a social mindset towards these, which is really nice in a way, because unless and until you have a connect with your end customer, you really can't scale it. But then, does this proximity with the consumer, identifying too closely with the consumer, probably kind of aid in you ignoring the fact that this customer can also pay? Is there a way that you can induce these customers to pay? Or else, are you getting so caught in this socio-economic thing that you forgot that the customer could also pay? So this sector needed a lot of shaking up, in terms of making them realize that you have to pay for your services. That is really coming off late now. Thanks to entrepreneurs, thanks to the policy makers, this tendency that you have to pay. If you don't pay today, you have to pay a heavy price. Your future generations will pay. And as rightly pointed out by earlier panel, if I throw a sanitary pad today, it will take 800 years. Will I be alive to, really?
Yeah, exactly. By doing
so, I'm not even bothering about my generation. I'm not even bothering about the next generation, leave alone 800 years down the line. So how do you really sensitize the people towards these things and make them realize that, yes, you have to pay, you have to do things today so that tomorrow is going to be better for others. So,
Yes, I think agreeing with all my co-panelists, what we have found is that we have been trying very, very hard, I would say, to finance wash MSMEs for the past 1 year. Lot of discussions we have had, lot of partnerships we have tried to work out. What we have found is, first of all, being an emerging sector, most of the wash enterprises are early stage startups or just in the growth phase, and they are not debt ready yet. Exactly. So from the debt perspective, that readiness is building up now as they are able to monetize their business models slowly. So we have issues of negative net worth, profitability, of cash flow visibility, which any lender would want to say, even if you don't have profits, at least do we have a cash flow visibility. And then, of course, the other factors also, because they are being early stage, the governance, the founders' capacity and background, all those things do matter. And the financial hygiene, they don't even understand these aspects as they come to us. So we need support system, and we have been working with, let's say, Karthikeya, we have been in talks with water.org and other stakeholders, whether we can hold their hand so that they become debt ready. We can make them debt ready. We are trying to blend with, let's say, some kind of philanthropic funds or whatever. We'll come to that later again. But the main issue is that today most of them are not debt ready, and even if they are, and if they tick all the right boxes also, there is a gap between what lenders have as the traditional financial products and what the wash enterprises really need as finance. Because we can think of a term loan, but most of the wash enterprises don't even own assets. They are asset light. They build, they operate, and they transfer. They don't own. So I can't have a mortgage as a primary security. Coming to secondary or collateral, it's even more difficult, right? And the other thing is that over a period of time, if I say that my tenure is for so many years, they don't need that. What they need is a kind of order financing, because most of them are operating in the B2G sector. So during that period, when they get an order and they actually submit their invoice and get the money, that is about 6 months to, let's say, 8 months, this is what they need. And that's the kind of product we don't find most of our partners, except the ones who are in unsecured business loan products, who have that. They can do that, and they have been trying. But because of the risk perception in that, the pricing shoots up, which we'll again discuss later.
Yes.
So ultimately they say, we are not going to take this loan at 17%, which my partner is willing to give, an unsecured business loan, and we can't blame the partner because their risk perception or the risk premium goes up because of the lack of security and the risk inherent in let's say cash flows not being so visible today, or the financial hygiene, or whatever it is. And the other thing is that even if they have that, even they have all of it, there is a, I think, risk perception around the sector as such, which is a perception because many of them are doing well. So all these are the factors which make any kind of investments a huge challenge today, but we are working on different kind of solutions as well.
It seems pretty much already covered, but let me give you some hopes. A lot of challenges we have, heard. So I think what we are trying to work on, one is on ease of doing business, and that will lead to the ease of financing. When Namita asked us to, close the eyes, and next day there was no water. So we don't want to live in that world when, although I'm not sure whether we're going to touch base on the climate and all, but the climate refugee is going to be, in terms of numbers, if I talk about in India itself, it's going to touch close to 50 million by 2050. As of now, it's close to 20 million. So if we don't have that awareness and awareness between government and the enterprises. So the other day we were having a conversation with Mahua, and there was Madam Joint Secretary, and she was talking about, like, we don't know these enterprises, they exist. We don't have that, bridge where we can, talk to these enterprises and we know, okay, these solutions are already there. And I was talking to Naomi outside of the hall, and she was telling me, like, today the awardees has gone to meet the ministry. I was so happy because these, bridges we have to build. We have to talk to the government. We have to talk to the right ministries. Like, yes, these solutions are available. Because why I talked about the climate, specifically climate refugees, because if we will not, treat the water through the wastewater treatment plants, if we will not, capture the rainwater through the rainwater harvesting and all those initiatives, we are not going to get sufficient water to live. That's where these enterprises are going to play a significant role, whether it is wastewater, water replenishment, or other areas of STP, FSTP. So one, in terms of ease of doing business, what we are trying to do, of course, with the help of all the partners sitting on the dais, and few of them are in the room, we are working with ISC, as I earlier mentioned. So we are putting this on the cohort-based approach. So Amrit 2.0, of course, they are supporting a lot of enterprises who are at the startup phase. So we are trying to, disaggregate between which are at the startup phase, which are at the mature phase, and how we are connecting to, how we are making them ready for the investments, and to which impact investor or the lender we are connecting them. So Namita is here, I can say, water equity, that they made the investments, and then I'm sure, the future is bright for this sector in coming days. So that, every enterprise need the support in accounting, they need the support in valuation, they need the support in ESG, they need the support in their project proposal. At the same time, on the other side of the, table, on the government side, many utilities, ULBs, they also need a support on how to assess those, proposals, how to look at the DPRs. So I think this awareness is going to be critical, And as Punani ma'am rightly mentioned, like as of now, it becomes difficult on the viability. So the projects, the awareness is coming, and our even Indian companies are going into Southeast Asia. They are getting more markets in Africa. So we will have that scale in some time. So we are, when I was saying the hope is one, there is a huge scope. When we talked about SDG 6, it's almost around $192 billion. That is what we need. 90% should come from government. That's what the sustainability report of Stency suggests. But I feel not only the 10%, more will come from the private sector. So we do have that market. We do have, upcoming great technologies. Those are even designed locally. We can definitely get some from outside, but we do have the brilliant entrepreneurs. And I think the entrepreneur ecosystem after the startup India has gone at different level after 2015-16. So that is my, another hope. The third is the cost of inaction. If we will not act now, and if we will not able to take some of the risk, what Karthik was already talking about, the blended financing, we have to bring in some capital, patient capital, soft capital, just to ensure like the enterprises they do have more time to deploy and to prove their models and to get the scale at the end of the day. So that's, and cross-border learnings, that's also we are trying to support. Like recently, Water.org has played a significant role in bringing in Blue Bond, and that was the first time in Peru it has happened with the DFI, their coffee day. So definitely we would love to see if NABARD and other entities, we can come together and we can go for such bonds for the enterprises as well, where that's the basic fundamental. We can buy more time, we can have a better rates, and we can give better returns at the end of it. So these are 3-4 areas I feel can give us hope. Yes, as of now the environment is challenging, but we need to accept those challenges to just flourish in this market. Thank you.
Thank you. From Caspian's experience of evaluating several, MSMEs in this space and also investing some, there are some best practices that I would really like to put forth. And of course, the key challenge which everybody talked about at the business model is the difference between consumer and customer. Customer is the one who pays and consumer is the one who uses. Because there is a gap between the two is where all the challenges come, So what we have seen some of the better enterprising doing is diversifying their revenue sources. So not just depending on, and of course government is a larger payer, but what are the other services you can build in? Like we heard in the first presentation that they, instead of just providing toilet, they started to maintain them. And I think Bangavalu also does the same thing, just diversify, whether it is government, B2B, corporates, I think that always helps. So keep a tab on percentage of revenue coming from one source. If it is higher than 50%, then it is something to be really looked out for. Second part is keep an eye on cash flow. I think most businesses, and not only WASH, go out of business not because they are not making profit. It is not because they are not keeping an eye on. They run out of cash before they do. Yeah. Right. So, booking a sale is very easy. It is collecting the receivables, which is the toughest job. So if these two things are done correctly, I think it is just matter of time that things. So even if you have to say no to orders, sometimes do that if you're not going to get money, because there's no point in having a large sale and then having receivable over 180 days. It doesn't help anyone. So I think that's what I will say from my learning. Having said that, and having the roadmap that you're saying, what is clear is that the risk profile, which you also mentioned, of these companies and the returns expectation because of the risk profile are not in tandem. And consumer-customer conundrum, the ability, willingness to pay is a big challenge. So you really need an innovation in this space. And hence, the next thing that we want to talk about is, what are the innovations that are coming up? You spoke about Blue Bond, maybe you can explain that later. And what is it that can be done to, reduce the risk, and bring the returns to a level that is acceptable to different levels of players in it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I just to add one or two points. Actually, you reminded me 2 quick points. So, especially by 2030, when we would like to achieve, we are striving to achieve the SDG goals. All the corporates, especially, they are under tremendous pressure, and corporates, it's a big corporations, to meet those water replenishment goals by 2030, and that works in favor of the enterprises for sure, because all these NRW, wastewater, all these things, work will come to the enterprises. So that opportunity is definitely huge, and at the same time, so we are working with, for example, with GUDM, the Gujarat Urban Development Mission, where we ensured the solution should go to the government. So we invited 7 enterprises who are working in the non-revenue water space. Those were selected out of these cohorts. So introduce them to the Gujarat Urban Development Mission. Similarly, JICA has done the same thing in a couple of states where they, try to understand their model. So I think somewhere we need to shorten the gap. That it should not be natural; it should be forced one. To make them understand, to make those connections, and that where the market can develop and we can have some quick results there. Just wanted to add these to close the loop.
Absolutely, and we can begin with your blended finance, but I think all of us here will agree that impact investment began with microfinance. And the returns in microfinance are compared for all the sectors, but one forgets the 20-year investment that went into that sector. So that's what you bring in. And innovations. Would you like to start or?
Yeah, I'll just add to my.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, I think Sudhir has more or less given a very, a very in-depth understanding of this, that how it can work. But what we have found is definitely blended finance works, because if we look at a emerging sector at the very beginning, they need some kind of SOPs. You can't expect, enterprises in a new social sector to become viable right away. So SOPs are necessary. Now, in other sectors, what happens, for example, EV was an emerging sector, solar was an emerging sector, but here there is a scope to monetize, number one. Number two, huge subsidies came in, which made it very easy for us to finance those sectors, whereas for WASH we have been struggling. So the main reason is that microfinance for WASH was like for households who were very happy to take it. They were lapping it up, they were willing to pay. Right. But when we look at the enterprises, where is this market? This market is like very diverse again, very widespread. So that's another. The diversified market also makes it difficult for even a government to say that, okay, we can have this kind of subsidy. It doesn't work because the end customer is different here. It can be an enterprise, it can be a corporate, it can be the government, or it can be the households as well. It can be the communities. So that's why it's difficult to bring in something like that. Therefore, it has to be enterprise specific again, because every enterprise will have a different story, a different requirement. Therefore, where we need to bring in, let's say, equity, a soft loan as a equity, or some kind of philanthropic funds as an outcomes-based funding, that, okay, you have already, the impact is already there, it's measured, and the repayment have been on time, so you give some kind of an interest subvention or a subsidy as a outcomes based funding. Whichever leg of the entire structure there is a need for support, if that kind of support comes in, these enterprises become very much investable, and that's what we are trying to do also, and it's possible. Only things, it all has to match, all has to come together. That's what.
Yeah. I think that's what. Yeah.
I mean, of course, we do not have the advantage of the scale and size of an Samruddhi or a NABARD in terms of innovation. But the way we have tried to address innovation was more in terms of reaching out to those entities which normally are out of the banking radar of the banks. So banks would not look at you if at all you don't have a 3-year track record, profitability track record. They would not look at you if at all you don't have collateral security to offer. So we in our own small way have tried to address this by de-risking ourselves by looking at the caliber and the seriousness of the investors who back you.
Correct.
Right? So often we do discuss with the people in terms of the receivables management that Ragini ma'am was talking about. Even a simple thing like, can you set up an escrow account with your customers?
Right.
But somehow, as was discussed earlier in the panel discussion, the team doesn't have members who talk a little more deeper about these aspects.
Correct.
So the moment you talk about escrow, now it is your onus to help him out with this escrow. So, okay, sir, I'll get can you share a draft escrow agreement? Sir, now my banker is saying that these clauses cannot be inserted. Can you please help me out with this? I mean, of course, we can surely help, but that is not our purpose, right? That is not our job. So you should really onboard people who can talk about these things. Even reaching out, I can tell you, rest assured that you have a whole ecosystem of players in this subsystem, but do we have the manpower who constantly reaches out to these people to at least scan the environment? You have a Caspian, you have an Absamruddhi, you have water.org, or how many of us would really reach out to these entities and try to speak, the language that they understand? We often talk the language that we talk, with what we like. Can we try to talk the language that the other person understands, the lender understands? More often than not, in this particular sector, coming back to my favorite topic about user fee and how you can, many times the business model is what it is at the start of the setting up of this entity. It is not revisited. You need to revisit that. Customers may like certain aspects of a business model. We should not take the initial work of the entrepreneurs. I mean, people like Banka, Bayulu or others have gone through various iterations.
Absolutely.
Are we open to these iterations? You have to iterate. You can't be stuck with one business model that you have in mind and you just, and others now have to adjust to your requirements. That often doesn't happen. So, probably it's more of, there's no cookie cutter formula for this. Probably people will have to, they have gone through so many iterations and then hit upon this. But having said this, I can assure you that the ecosystem is much more cooperative today. In fact, we were looking at a wastewater treatment proposal, which is still in the works now. 90% of his work is done with government agencies, which was the Jal Jeevan Mission. We were a little scared about this high exposure. But I was pleasantly surprised when he said, sir, you won't believe, the maximum days due that I have from this customer is 45 days.
45 days. Now it's become 45 days. That's one great news, yeah.
Absolutely.
He said, Jal Jeevan Mission, I get 10% advance, 20% after certain milestones, and the maximum payment period that I am stuck with is only 45 days.
Oh, that's one great news for the sector.
Yeah.
It's now 45 days.
So the ecosystem is evolving. I think we need to revisit. I don't say that, no, we also need to revisit, of course.
Absolutely.
We also need to revisit. We also need to keep our ears and eyes wide open in terms of, for example, PadCare is one of our portfolio entities. Yeah. They have established the paths to profitability pretty soon, And it's quite interesting to see that, they know that, and they have focused on the right segments, urban centers, B2B, and then people who are conscious about this, who want to do something there. There is a fear factor. If you don't do this, your own health will get affected. Yeah. I often feel WASH should play on the fear factor also a lot, because, when, talk about RO is one of the poorest in terms of recovery rates, right? Hardly 40-50% of your water, but we still install that in our homes because I don't want my kids to get those microbes in their water and, or else, when it comes to the Prime Minister himself taking a broomstick in his hand and asking you to build toilets and all that stuff because it is going to affect you personally. Whereas a wastewater treatment, it is miles down the line. Invisible. I don't even know what happens. So there is no fear for me. It doesn't affect me. See, I was working for a water treatment company. We were going to large residential complexes to set up wastewater treatment systems. Their primary interest in wastewater treatment systems was just to get the occupancy certificate from the government. Nothing else.
So that is necessary.
Right.
If that is the approach towards, and somewhere the fear factor. So I think the sector has evolved a lot, absolutely, but it still needs a lot of steps to be taken. The crucial thing is the moment, as Karthikeya pointed out, once you become attractive to the investors, then the floodgates open.
Yeah, that's true.
Can I just add one point to what Kulkarni ji said, no? That because it became compulsory, they had to do it. One is rainwater harvesting. It is the need of the hour, especially for recharge. But so far, only a few states has made it mandatory. Once they make it mandatory, it will be a great day for wash enterprises, and we'll all be very happy because the money is going to come from the ultimate consumers, and we are looking at vendors for that. There are vendors, but it's not yet mandatory. So it should be mandatory. Otherwise, some years down the line, there won't be any water, no groundwater. So even having a Jal Jeevan mission may not work because there won't be the groundwater, right?
Yeah, no, maybe I can extend what you mentioned, ma'am, and what Mr. Kulkarni. So we are working on one, center of excellence with one of our partner in Bangalore, Sangamitra. So where we want to, create this rainwater harvesting center of excellence where we can tell other financial institutions or enterprises what kind of, technologies we have that we developed with the Habitat. So that may serve the purpose of at least, reducing the technical piece of the cost. They can learn from it. Another part, Ms. Kulkarni, you mentioned pretty right, like, the language, what language we should speak, and the SDG 17, the partnerships. How can we leverage, these partnerships? So we were in GIN recently, that was held in Amsterdam.
Global Impact Investing Network.
Yeah, Global Impact Investing Network. And the climate is one where we have huge investments coming in. But the simple ask from many of the impact investors to whom we met was how you connect WASH with the climate. So you tell us, like, what are the, those KPIs we are okay to bring in front. And I see a natural, connect, because all the climate change effect, you will see 2/3 is, observed by the water itself. So I think we need to do some work on those KPIs, assessment, and the carbon credit market as well. That's in India as of now, I think it's around $1.2 billion. That's what we are looking at, but it's huge. Already Europe and, other developed countries, we see it's already pretty developed. So maybe if we can, connect these dots of how the climate is connected with WASH, how the carbon market we can, develop, how can we make it monetized and scalable for the entities, and pretty much, more for the FIs, this is for the enterprises. Those are into the wastewater or the rainwater harvesting or water replenishment. This is a direct connect, but we need, a stamps from someone, like, this is a hard process of getting certification, license, and all that. Can we, make it available? We are pretty open for these ideas. We are already working on these lines, but from the innovation point of view, I wanted to, highlight this point. And another on the blended finance that already, Karthikeya talked about, Bonani ma'am talked about. There also, there is a huge scope. We are working with the blended finance company as well. How can we make that capital available for the enterprises especially? Then the bond, maybe we are running, it seems out of time, but that's pretty much available if you want to, know blue bond in the Peru. Sure. But that's mainly for the FIs. But we definitely, can look forward for the enterprises as well. How can we make that, capital available in a sustainable way? So these are, a couple of pieces. And the cross-border learnings, of course, that also we can adopt for our enterprise market, like how Southeast Asia and some of the African and Latin American countries have really, gone ahead and proved like they are providing, they are generating a sizable revenue. So we can have those learnings as well.
Great. Thanks, Sudhir. Karthikeya, over to you, because you have the real experience of doing blended finance. So tell us.
I wouldn't say so much about the experience, but just the fact that, one observes, hopefully neutrally, all the interplay between the actors. So I think such wonderful, discussion, everything that's relevant has been said. I would just like to say one thing, which is currently what's missing in blended finance, which is the strategic use of philanthropy. It's wonderful that we're here at FICCI, but how much CSR capital actually goes into WASH? I think all of you guys will be aware of that, versus agriculture, education, and livelihoods. There's a regulatory aspect to it as well. There's foreign philanthropic capital available. Water.org and others are generously putting philanthropic money into the country as technical assistance, but philanthropic capital from abroad is sometimes restricted because of certain regulations, and domestic capital has to fill in, whether it's CSR, whether it's foundation capital. And here's how I would frame it. Bonani ma'am, you said that it's like a subsidy, and you're right, it is. But maybe instead of framing it as that, we can think of blended finance as the transfer of a government subsidy to a private subsidy. And that private subsidy comes from the philanthropist. And why is that private subsidy coming? To allow the creditors, the lenders, pioneering innovative firms like UC and Caspian, but broadening it into other banks right up to a PSU, to discover the true cost of credit. And it's hard, that's exactly what we do, to try to convince philanthropists to do that. They're not buying it. A philanthropist right now would rather give money to a WASH enterprise or an NGO as a direct grant for operations, where they can see the stuff. And here saying, why should I give credit guarantee or interest subvention to a lender? The answer is simple: to discover the cost of credit and build a market. So I'm not sure, why should I give it, so you need both. The lenders have to come down in their risk appetite, or go up in their risk appetite, come down in their interest rates, and so on. And the philanthropists have to be willing to cover some of the additional risk. But the critical point is, what you said, sir, that the lender is supposed to be doing origination, underwriting, and all, but the truth is, there's an additional cost of doing the discovery, the underwriting, writing the DPRs, preparing the financial documents. Nobody is really doing that. So that is like a nice way to pitch it to the philanthropists. That they get. That support a project preparation facility that helps do these things so that the lender can make the loan, and that will build the market, and then so many enterprises or so many, any of the segments applies to as well. Agri-based SAGs will do this. Because, conventionally, they talk about the full stack approach. So grants right now are used for de-risking, initial incubation. Much of the money in climate tech investments comes from, grant challenges and government innovation, labs and things like that, which is great. Equity is supposed to de-risk the product market fit at a seed level, and then a little bit of, business model fit. And that's when debt is supposed to come in. So you can't force debt to come in too early. If you want that debt, then you need these 4 blended finance constructs, which Convergence describes as guarantees, right, to enable the debt to come in, or direct concessional capital, like what NAB Samruddhi does. But what about the other two? The other two are technical assistance and outcome-based funding. So technical assistance is absolutely critical to create these project preparation facilities, and frankly, for the interest subvention as well, because that's a pure grant. That's not coming back to you. And then the one bit we've spoken less about, which is outcome-based funding. Because blended finance, is full of all this jargon and stuff, but the reality is it's actually multiple instruments. And one critical part of that is outcome-based funding, where the money comes when a certain outcome is achieved. So I know it sounds like a lot of jargon. So the simple way of thinking about this is more, cheaper, better. We need more capital, more private capital. The cost of that capital has to be cheaper, and it has to be better spent. So outcome financing focuses more on the better part. And blended capital focuses on the more and the cheaper part. So how do we kind of templatize these instruments? It can't be bespoke and constructed each time. So through the work that folks at TBFC, ourselves, others do, this is broadly what we're trying to do. 3 things. One is just to convince philanthropists. I don't want to take their names, but the large foundations of India, the large HNIs, they're wonderful people, right? They're amazing people. But they need to be convinced to use some of their money for innovative finance. They're not doing it right now. Second is templatizing all these contracts and things. So if one blended finance facility is set up, the next one can be set up easier. And third is these project preparation facilities. So if these 3-4 things in a concrete manner start to happen, then the things will move forward. And sorry to go on, I'll add one last point, which is what areas are relevant for blended finance and why WASH fits in so nicely. It's a very crude kind of analogy, but think of it this way. You have a spectrum of capital. You have a spectrum of climate. Certain activities like buildings, renewable energy, and mobility get a lot of investment. Why? Answer is obvious, right? Because they have business models and they have capex. So you're funding something which is there. Other things get philanthropy, like water conservation, forestry, and things, because you don't have business models yet, carbon credits and such things aside. What's left in the middle, where you have business models, but they're not market-generating business models? Broadly speaking, agriculture and circular economy, waste management, and WASH. So this is actually where blended finance is the most relevant.
It's a sweet spot.
It's a sweet spot. They've applied it in renewable energy, for electric 3-wheelers, for all this other stuff. But the most relevant segment for blended finance, and that's why you see so much activity happening in WASH and all this amazing collaboration between all the stakeholders that you have here, lenders, concessional capital, technical assistance. But we need a lot more We need a lot more technical assistance, a lot more grant capital, and then the lenders will
Lot of these, actions like we can scale it up further. But one last point, I know Ragini, you are looking at me.
I think we are getting
so,
a signal to close this.
Pilot support also we are giving. So if I can, take an example, Solinas is working with the Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. We are supporting them on the pilot for the non-revenue water, so that they can prove themselves. And it's again a kind of blended finance mechanism that we are using there. We are helping them, so that they can go to other municipal corporations and can tell them like, okay, this was one of the pilot we did, and we have been successful in this. So we'll welcome more pilots, and of course there are a lot of conversations needed. What Karthik just mentioned. Back to you, Ragini.
So from Caspian experience, what we did some specific bots and product. We also had access to guarantees, and we tried receivable order financing, purchase order financing, and all that. But what you say, both of you say, makes a lot of sense, that one thing in isolation will not help. Because just having a guarantee but the business model is not fixed, it's like it's a moral hazard that you're giving a loan to someone whose business model is not yet. So I think that's very important. On the innovation part, my request, because both of you work with philanthropies and all that, is finding ways to finance receivables till the actual payment happens. And it is not really viable for, GEMS, the portals, and for us, because the duration can be anything. Maybe Jal Jeevan Mission is 45 days, but it is others. But if philanthropy can just come in, I'm sure government will pay, but we don't know when. Municipalities just bridge the gap till the government pays.
Some kind of
So I think if philanthropy can come in there, I think that would be of a great help, and that's what we have learned from our experience. So I don't know whether we have any time for questions. You can decide, but
she had one last question, I think, on the climate and the wash.
But I think we are getting a signal to.
Do we have a quick question? We can take one.
Sure, go ahead.
Please.
Yeah. So generally, the loans and finance you provide, what kind of customers they are? They are the technology or machinery manufacturer, or are they like in the hi-fi, like waste STP, or they are like some waste management companies? What kind of clientele are more for the who seek finance?
It's the entire gamut, sir. It's the entire gamut. For the large projects, NBFC is like a Skando. People like Nav Samruddhi can do, people like commercial banks can do.
Water recycling, water
Service
purification, service providers, waste management. Right now, the issue is that there is a disconnect between what customers want. Let's say in case of climate ready wash, what customers need in flood resilient, like flood affected areas is a flood resilient toilet. There are some models, but not all of them are workable. Yeah. So we want innovators to come forward in this, right? So we can finance, because we know that, yes, there is a demand. Where we know that the demand is there, it's very easy to finance. Same with the dry areas, like now we have the iTrap toilets for the dry areas. But the problem is that although they have a good model, the dealership is not well connected, that supply chain. So the people at the field are not able to access. So these are also gaps that once these gaps are kind of plugged, again financing such enterprises becomes easier for us and our partners as well. So there's a lot of disconnect here, and there are, like we said, diversified sectors starting from water, sanitation, hygiene, waste management, everything is covered in this. But not solid waste management, mainly because the wash as per NABARD and water is basically for households and communities. So sewage treatment, FSTPs, everything is covered. And we have financed that extensively through UGRO and UCIC. So all of it is covered.
And what is rate of interest variations?
It's not a good idea to ask that. Really, it's very high.
It is high, but I want to make a point there. If a startup or a entity in this wash space is worried about the interest is definitely important. But in my opinion, it is of secondary importance. Because if you are concerned about interest rates, because how much interest cost would be as a percentage of your total revenues? It is hardly anything, right? So between a 15.5% or a 17.5%, it really doesn't move the needle much. If you are worried about the interest cost, you have to revisit your revenue model.
And that
If your interest cost is occupying a major portion of your revenues, it means your revenue model is still not proven. Probably you can charge more. Because interest cost normally for stable state organizations hardly occupies any percentage of your total cost.
Can I compliment on this question? It's a very interesting question. When I started the company, I took at 20% and my profits were somewhere between 15, 16. I took it at 9% and my profits have come down. So it's not that interest rates matter, it's the revenue, yes, and the cash flows and the way we are spending the money is the most important part. And as a company, we have taken anything and every type of schemes and loans, whichever could match our goals. So it's not that, I think all of them have told exactly what an enterprise goes through. And it takes time. Like we are only problem with wash sector, it takes time. That's the
It's a
only
long-term
thing.
game.
And if we keep munna lage raho munna bhai, so we will come to this space where we are today.
Think of it as a marathon, not 100-meter sprint. Think of it as a marathon.
Thank you, everyone. I guess it was an incredible session. Thank you, panelists, for shedding the light on the financial barriers in the wash sector. A special thanks to our moderator, Ms. Ragini Chaudhary, and to our panelists, all of them. I would like to especially thank the audience, both present here and virtually. We had close to 200 plus people connected virtually. Thank you very much for this session, and I would like to now call upon Dr. Sanjeev Jha for a vote of thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. No? We had a real heart-to-heart discussion.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Customary yet important, a vote of thanks. So it's not exactly a closing remark, but then it's actually a vote of thanks. Both Natasha ma'am and Nana ma'am keep reminding all of us that ISC-FICCI is what ISC is able to do with its partners. So we are extremely, extremely grateful to our partners in the government, which is Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation Ministry of Jal Shakti. And yesterday you saw the way we are engaged with them, both Secretary Meena sir and Mr. Jiten Srivastava, the Joint Secretary and the National Mission Director were here, despite the fact that the ongoing parliamentary session is on, and also it was the Constitution Day yesterday. We saw today the presence of Mr. Binay Kumar Jha. He is the senior most director after Ms. Rupa Mishra, who is the National Mission Director, and who we are constantly and actively engaged with. Then most importantly, the partners outside government, the corporate partners, and we have a whole list of them here. And I would like to read HSBC, Standard Chartered, Godrej, Naira, Aditya Birla Group, IMFA, Nestle, and a host of others. Through our Lighthouse Initiative, Phase 1, Phase 2, and I would like to name a few of them: ITC, Anara Energy, Anor Brense, GSW Foundation, Ambuja Foundation, and a host of others who have supported us through the Lighthouse Initiative Phase 1, which is already complete and successfully done, and then LHI Phase 2, which is currently under implementation. So ladies and gentlemen, all these sessions, starting day 1, ending day 2, have been completely enriching, and a host of thanks are also due to all the expert groups and expert institutions across country, which includes academia, sector practitioners, and all others who have made this conclave a huge success. And last but not the least, my entire team, and under the inspirational leadership of Natasha ma'am and all our team leads, I would name Naomi, Eden, Nupur, and of course Hussain, and all other team members who have been able to support their lead. In the interest of time, I will not be able to name them. So thank you very much. Thank you all for the success of this. See you next year. Yeah, same time. Thank you very much. And the audience, thank you very much.